certainly what we call the black swans, the unpleasant surprises which will come in our way. So, Minister, dear participants, I wish you a very good meeting. And just as a last point, I want to say the most important factor to master the future is leadership. And for me, I have my own definition. Leadership comprises 5 dimensions: soul, brain, heart, muscles, and good nerves. Let me explain. Soul stands for purpose, for ambition. Brains for professionalism, for permanently upgrading your capabilities. Heart for passion. We have to be passionate about what we are doing, otherwise we will fail. Muscles for the capability to translate our vision into action, into impact. And good nerves to have the resilience to withstand all the difficult situations. So I wish you soul, brain, heart, muscles, and good nerves. Thank you.
Professor, a couple of weeks ago in Davos, you met almost all global leaders, government, private sector. What's your takeaway from the meeting this year?
I have seen participants enormously engaged in all the different task forces which we have organized, catalyzed, which we curate. And I think if we look at the future, what is absolutely essential is this cooperation of the different stakeholders of global society. Governments bring the directive power. Business brings the innovative power. Civil society brings the concern power. Academia brings the power of truth. And maybe I should add media, which brings the critical dimension in this dialogue. And we need all those stakeholders to shape together the future.
Thank you. You invented and you wrote, the fourth industrial revolution. What is next? What is next after the fourth industrial revolution? Where your mind take you?
I think the fourth revolution, industrial revolution, will be in our mind for quite some years to come. But what is very essential, my concern, my deep concern, is that those technologies, if we do not work together on a global scale, if we do not formulate, shape together the necessary policies, they will escape our power to master those technologies. Because artificial intelligence, it's relatively easy, let's say, to understand how a computer functions. Of course, if I go back to the first industrial revolution, how a steam engine functions. But how does really quantum computing function? How does artificial intelligence, particularly if it's self-replicating, functions? So one of my concerns is how to shape the necessary policies to make sure that those technologies serve humankind. But the second concern which I have, and world governments have an important role, the change goes so fast in our world, and will go even faster. How can we make sure that the individual, each citizen, doesn't feel overwhelmed by change, because he cannot understand really what's going on? And if we do not understand, we become fearful and we react negatively, and we see the first consequences already in many countries with polarization of the public opinion. It has to do with some feeling that we lose control over our own fate. And here I think governments have an important role to explain and to have the ambition and the vision to show that those technologies can serve for the good and are not per se evil.
Finally, thank you, Professor Klaus Schwab, for being with us here. And on behalf of everybody in this summit and the team, thank you for your support for the past 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our next session is investing in a sustainable future, the role of climate finance, with His Excellency Makhtar Diop, Managing Director of the International Finance Corporation. This session is moderated by Becky Anderson from CNN.
And a very good morning to everybody. Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is wonderful to be back here at the World Government Summit this morning, and I am particularly pleased to be leading this discussion on what is one, if not the most pressing issue of our time, and that is climate crisis, and more specifically how mobilizing private capital alongside climate policy is absolutely critical to transforming the world economy and putting us on a path to net zero by 2050. To reach that goal, a transition to net zero, or net zero transition by 2050, as much as $9 trillion in investment is needed every year. That's one estimate. If you're more conservative, you might say it's 6 or 7, but that's an awful lot of money. And 60% of those investment needs are in emerging markets. And these markets are frankly starved of capital. So, what are we going to do about it? Well, I'm pleased to have Makhtar Diop, who is the Managing Director of IFC, which is the private sector finance arm of the World Bank, joining us today. Makhtar, it's super to have you. This conversation couldn't be more important. COP28 at the end of this year, we've already heard the narrative here at the beginning of this World Government Summit about how critical climate crisis is to all of us, and why this year is not about dithering, as one person described it. It's about trying to ensure a paradigm shift. So how do we do that? Let's start with the obvious. Whether it's 9 trillion, 6, 7 or 8 trillion, that's an awful lot of money. But the money is out there. Private companies, private funds have assets under management or owned to the tune of hundreds of trillions. So, what's the funding gap for emerging markets? Why? And what are we going to do about it?
Thank you very much, Becky. And the INS just said that the world doesn't have a problem of resources. The world has a problem of managing these resources. We have a problem of managing our resources to make sure that we're using renewable energy, but also we have a problem of managing the existing liquidity in the world and direct it to productive investment. Today, we estimate that $1 trillion will be needed to be able to have the energy transition in a lot of countries. What is
trillion
missing?
a year?
A year. What is missing? What is missing is a bankable project. What is missing is an ability for the private sector to assess the risk properly. As you know, the signals are very confused today. We have war, we have earthquake, we have events which are making it much more difficult for people who wanted to make decisions in investing to make the decision right now. So we need to de-risk those investments. That's exactly what we are trying to do at the IFC, to have a mechanism where we can bring a set of bankable projects that we call a platform, which have simplified procedures, but also to bring some grant money that will be useful to be able to de-risk that investment. First losses, guarantees, are those type of products that the private sector is requiring.
Let's just be quite clear about this. Do you genuinely believe the private sector has appetite, sees the commercial value, as somebody described it, the biggest commercial opportunity in a lifetime? Do they get it at this point? Does it get it?
Absolutely. I'm signing today with the Abu Dhabi Fund, Development Fund, a platform of $1.5 billion where we'll be co-investing with them in emerging countries around the energy transition. But what is interesting and beautiful in this current situation is that we'll not be rebuilding the world the way we did it in the past, but totally differently. Today, when we talk about green hydrogen, which is a new source of energy that we're all talking about, is mainly located in developing countries, because that's where we have the sun, that's where you have hydro in quantity. So you have a world where today you will see countries which are starving with energy, who could be exporter of energy and contributing to the global public goods solution. So I think, so today it's just a matter of matching those, as you say, the liquidity which is available, the capital, and find opportunity. That's why we are developing a concept of warehouse, where we'll be warehousing some of the assets, warehousing some of the project to be able to present it to the capital market in a
What does that mean, warehousing?
Warehousing, it means that you have assets which are available, which needs to be transformed in a green way, and we are bringing them to the capital market in a way where we are de-risking those investments and allowing investors to green those assets which are currently not green assets. So you are helping them, for instance, to transform coal mining into green energy, and to help supporting that transition with resources that we are collecting for different parts of the capital market.
We only had 15 minutes. It's hardly time to start, but we're halfway through, so let me crack on. The IFC is the largest global development institution focused on the private sector in emerging markets. In fiscal year 2022, and correct me if I'm wrong on these figures, I think I've got them right, the IFC committed a record $32.8 billion to private companies and financial institutions in developing countries. You are mobilizing private funds for private sector projects, but that figure, $32 billion, is a drop in the ocean, given what we've just described as these funding needs. What needs to happen next? And is an organization like yours, and I'm talking about the World Bank here, but the private sector, is it fit for purpose at this point? There's lots of talk about how the MBDs need to reorganize, because, quite frankly, the answer here is greater investment, isn't it? But it's ensuring that that investment is de-risked.
We are in the middle of a conversation that we call the evolution roadmap at the World Bank Group, where we are discussing the way the World Bank Group can do even more to support this effort of energy transition and help countries to fight climate change. This is a conversation which will require mobilizing more grant money, because part of the resources of the World Bank Group are raised on the capital market. It's not grant money. But what we need more to be able to accelerate this transition, have an adoption of technology which is currently more expensive, or being able to invest in places which are considered as riskier, is to have more grant money. And that's why actually, and let me tell you why it's important. For $1 of grant money that we are receiving, we are able to mobilize $10 of capital to invest in climate change. $1 for 10. So if we manage to have a bit more of investment of grant money, we'll be able to multiply significantly investment. And actually, we think that we can increase this multiplier effect significantly.
And this is what many emerging and developing markets are asking for, concessional capital.
Absolutely.
Effectively, when you've got a world sort of, with the sort of global economic headwinds that we have at present, these heavily, heavily indebted nations, concessional capital, as it's known, grant-led.
It's just also interesting things that are happening in the world. You just had a wonderful speech here, which gives the challenges of the world. AI. I mean, and let's give a lot of credit to UAE for having the first country to have a minister of AI. It means that when you are preparing contract today, it will take much less time. You can use AI to have contract. When you're doing PPPs, the process will be much faster. So if you think about all these technological adoptions that we're having today, and this new technology available, if you combine all these, we are able to have a better understanding of risk, to have processes which are much faster, and to be able to accelerate that process. And I think that this is what we need to do today, not to think things in silos, but to see how these trends that we are seeing in the world will allow us to accelerate. The urbanization of less developed countries is also an opportunity to accelerate this access of electricity. And last, I want to finish with an interesting story. We talk about population growth. Do you know that the first black woman who is an AI professor at Princeton is from Senegal?
Wow. Which is where you're from, of course, yeah.
Her parents were illiterate, and she's today a professor of AI at Princeton. What does it mean? Is that if we also invest in human capital in those places, in places which are considered today as being remote, we are able to transform radically the world, to have a population which can be created wealth at a time where we don't think that they can do that. So I think it's my view is that we need to think holistically and not to think about just one part of the challenge that we are facing today.
How optimistic are you that the funding gap will be met?
I'm optimistic because actually oil exporters country are the largest investors in renewable energy today. Oil exporters country are the largest investors in renewable. It means that there is a convergence of view today about what are the challenges. And the world cannot be divided in those who are for and against. We are all converging and have the same views, and the resources that are available today, the liquidity in a country like UAE or Abu Dhabi, are today resources that we are channeling to developing countries. And that's exactly the reason why I'm here today, because I will be working with all the partners to be able to see how we can accelerate that process.
You've talked about some of the successful projects the IFC has been involved in, and clearly using this as sort of roadmap for future investments. I do just want to finish with a view from you as to how the private sector looks at mitigation versus adaptation, and where you see the biggest challenges at this point.
Absolutely. I think that adaptation, we need to do much more on adaptation. Because actually investing in adaptation is fighting poverty. Adaptation is what? Is coastal erosion in the poor country. Adaptation is what? Is agriculture in a desertic area, which stop migration from the Sahel and other parts of the world. So investing in adaptation is really a big question, I think, that we'll be facing in the coming years is access to water. We haven't talked a lot about it. We talk a lot about energy transition. I think one of the big challenges that we'll be facing in the coming years will be access to water, and because it's as a foundation for all of these. And I do think that the COP28 gives us an opportunity to bring all this together, to be able to discuss about energy transition, to discuss about use of technology and AI, to think about how water can be used more efficiently and better, and to be able to look at all that in a context of migration and shocks that we are having currently.
Finally, just let's talk about briefly the opportunities that exist for us to be successful as a world on the road to net zero by 2050. Emerging economies need to decarbonise across the entire economic sector? Where are the best opportunities? We're talking transport, industry, new fuels, electricity. Where are the best opportunities and where are you seeing the money going at present?
What we are doing, we have developed what you call the NDC, National Development. We have a CCDR, which is a product that the World Bank Group has developed. It's a climate change diagnostic, which look at every country and look at specifically what is needed for them to accelerate that transition. Because at the end of the day, this is a country-led process. We cannot do it from outside. So we identify country by country. For some country is hydrogen. For some country is more investment in hydro. For some country is to do a certain number of things. But let's not also forget efficiency. We can produce energy, but if we don't use it efficiently, we will not be able to reach our target. So all these are giving opportunities for countries today to accelerate the transition, and I'm very, very optimistic because what I'm seeing is a total convergence everywhere I'm going on the need to invest more on the energy transition. And actually, we are preparing a report with the International Energy Agency that we would like to release around June, where we'll be discussing the role of the private sector in the energy transition. So I'm looking forward to share the report with you when it's ready.
And we look forward to getting that from you. The global stock takers at the end of this year will be going on this year, and we'll get the results of that. We know it's not going to be great, but the idea is it provides a path forward. The work that you're doing, I know, will help inform that first ever global stock take, which is here in the UAE. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. My colleague Richard Quest is up next with the head of the IMF. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, our next session is titled Post-Globalization, What's Next for Global Trade? Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization. This session is moderated by Richard Quest from CNN.
Excellency, Director General, when we spoke at Davos, we talked about aid and the delivery of aid and the difficulties of aid getting to and from, the trade barriers that might be in place. There's a very sharp reminder now, isn't there, that this isn't an esoteric discussion. This isn't an academic issue. There's a real problem. Do you know how is the trade situation coping with Turkey and Syria?
Well, thank you, Richard. Let me just say that, of course, my heart goes out to all those. As a mother and grandmother, it's really sad when you see particularly the children impacted by this. On the issue of the aid and the movement of goods and services, because when you have a natural disaster like this, you're going to need goods and services to move in order to recover. We actually have at the WTO something called a Trade Facilitation Agreement that went into effect in 2017, and it's meant to sweep away the customs barriers and make it just that much easier to move things around. This has been 75% implemented by our members, and so that is helping. The second thing I want to say is that in June last year, members of the WTO undertook to make sure they put absolutely no export restrictions, no barriers in the way of humanitarian food aid for the WFP so that it can help those who have been impacted. So members of the WTO, I think, have stepped up.
Does there need to be more? Does there need to be almost a special aid protocol that as soon as you declare it to be valid and this is an aid situation, different rules apply? Does there need to be more?
Well, I like that idea, Richard. I think we could think about that. Already we have the things in place, but can they become automatic immediately an event happens?
You declare,
Absolutely.
in the same way that you declare a disaster, therefore new
different rules apply.
You could see that?
Yes.
Excellent, we've made progress already.
My members have not agreed it yet, but we'll get there.
Oh, come on. What, before I retire?
No. Maybe before, much before that. You have a long way to go, Richard.
You're very kind. The trade agenda has never been more important. But as we come out of the pandemic, I now wonder, what do you see as the most significant thing you need to put right?
Well, Richard, as we come out of the pandemic, there are lots of challenges in the way. We listened to Professor Schwab earlier, and he said there are transformations, there are crises that we're trying to deal with in the way of trade. We've got the war in Ukraine that is still going on. We've got this earthquake in Turkey. We've got climate change and a lot of impact from that, disasters in different parts of the world. And the pandemic, although it has abated, there's still some worries.
Well, what's your biggest...
all of these things have had an impact on trade, where we've seen our forecast has been that this year in 2023, we'll see a 1% growth in merchandise trade, a drop from 3.5% last year. So it certainly had an impact on trade, but there seem to be glimmers of hope on the horizon.
Okay, so you had a bounce back year last year.
Yeah.
You then have a fall back because of, say, general economic situation, slowdown in the global economy.
Yes.
But is there something structural that needs to be addressed?
Well, put it this way, I think there are some structural issues that we've seen, some vulnerabilities, if you will, and those have to do with the way supply chains are organized. I believe that for trade to be more resilient in the future, we've seen at least how during the pandemic and the war, some supply chains have been quite vulnerable. Pharmaceutical supply chains, the concentration is 80% of vaccines, for instance, exported by 10 countries in the world. Semiconductor supply chains, concentration of manufacturing in 1 or 2 countries. Even food and fertilizer from the Black Sea. So I think the question we need to ask ourselves for the future of trade is, how do we build better resilience in those supply chains?
The reality, as you ask that question, is do it yourself at home or get your friends to do it nearby, friendshoring. The one thing you don't want to rely on is somebody else that could become unreliable in the future.
Well,
which might be uncomfortable for you to hear, because that's what you want. You want a diversified supply chain agenda, and you can't have it because I'm frightened of what's going to happen.
Well, I think I disagree with you, Richard. There's been talk of the friendshoring and nearshoring, and some of that is happening. But I say that perhaps we can do even better than that, because if you count on friends, we've seen in this very difficult world that a friend today may not be a friend tomorrow. Who is a friend? Therefore, I think it's better to look for those countries in different parts of the world ready to receive business, ready to receive manufacturing, and actually diversify your supply chains to those countries. So it's not just China plus one. That's what many people say, China plus Vietnam, China plus Indonesia. But you have Bangladesh, you have Pakistan, we're in this region, you've got Saudi Arabia, you've got the Gulf countries here that are ready to receive business, you have African countries ready to receive business, a lot is happening in Morocco, and I could go on and on. So why not build resilience globally, rather than just look at nearby?
But if it's something essential to your economy or to your health and welfare, you're going to want to do it yourself at home.
Well, inevitably.
Because isn't that, I mean, whether it was toilet paper at one minor level or masks at another level, countries like the United States realized that they were seriously lacking in basic production techniques.
Well, look, I mean, there will be inevitably some reshoring. You know, there are countries that figure that some things are very central to their security. They might reshore some of those. But I'm saying as a general principle that building resilience globally is probably safer, because when we reshore, if you reshore all things, you're also vulnerable. What if there's a climate event that, you know, disturbs your production processes and your manufacturing? Then what happens if you're relying on yourself for everything? Anyway, I want to say, Richard, that in spite of the talk and the impacts we've seen on trade, that actual facts on the ground show some resilience of supply chains and of the trading multilateral trading system.
You're halfway through your term, aren't you?
Yes.
What do you want to do for the second half of your term?
Oh. First, I want to build on the success we've had in the first half, for which I'm very grateful to WTO members. We broke the back of decades of not being able to reach multilateral agreements. In June last year, we were able to reach the first agreement on sustainability at the WTO. You
had to lock them all up in a room. Literally, she did. She had to lock them all up in a room, promised to throw away the key, and they weren't getting anything to eat unless they reached an agreement of sorts.
Well, we got the first agreement to do away with $22 billion in harmful fisheries subsidies, which lead to illegal and unreported fishing and harm the sustainability of our oceans and our fisheries. That had been being negotiated for 2 decades, and we got that. We got an agreement, like I told you, for food security to help the WFP have better access to food supplies to feed those who are more than 349 million people who are food insecure in the world. Just 2 examples.
Right, but
so we build on that. We build on that. I want to build on that in the next couple of years. We have a second wave of the fisheries subsidies to negotiate. We have an agricultural agreement to negotiate. We have over $500 billion in agricultural subsidies that are going in the wrong direction. We need to look at that and see how that is distorting trade and how that can help food security improve.
What's your big
vision? We have
vision?
the dispute settlement system.
Dispute settlement. This is the bit where countries can take each other to the WTO. Now, there's only one problem. You've got time to get married, divorced, have children, grandchildren, and probably get married again before anything will come out of the dispute system.
Well, that is why it needs reform. It's the only place in the world where members of the WTO can bring each other if they have trade disputes. Small countries have voice, big countries have voice. But we need to reform it, we need to make it faster, nimbler, and we've actually gotten a promise in June that we will reform it by 2024, and we're on our way.
Right. The US, of course, has wanted to reform this trade disputes process for decades. Can you say that reforming don't look so worried, can you say that reforming the disputes process is one of your priorities for the rest of your term?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and I hope we can deliver that. I just want to say that the US is leading right now the WTO technical level discussions to try and elicit from other members how do they see these reforms, because it's not only the US that has problems. Developing countries, especially the least developed, find it hard to access the system and costly. So how can we do all these reforms so we can take into account all the worries, not just of the US or the EU, but also of poorer countries? And yes, this is an objective I have.
2 years. I mean, you know, according to some, the Almighty made the world in 7 days. So you've got 2 years to do it. I guess this is a sort of a personal question. It really comes down to the ability to put your political capital, your ability to push this forward as being the priority. Can you do that?
Well, I would hope so. It's not going to be an easy task, but I think that I would say 99% of WTO members want this system reformed. And it's a member-driven organization. Once you can galvanize that wish for reform, that to transform, I think we can get it done. I hope I'm not being too optimistic, but you know me, I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
I think optimism and passion is a perfect way to say, Director General, thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Unleashing Georgia's Potential, a Journey Towards Economic Prosperity. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, dear friends, it is my great honor to address you all today at the UAE World Government Summit. I would like to extend my warmest greetings to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, and to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President and the Prime Minister of the UAE and the ruler of Dubai, and the esteemed members of the UAE government. Dear friends, the UAE has always been at the forefront of innovation and progress, and this summit serves as a testament to the country's unwavering commitment to promoting global cooperation. The theme of this year's summit, Shaping Future Governments, is particularly appropriate as we look ahead to a new era of technological, social, and economic advancement. As we gather here today, I'm filled with hope and optimism for the future, knowing that under the leadership of our distinguished hosts, the UAE will continue to play a vital role in shaping the world for the better. My government has a vision for a strong Georgia, committed to a free market economy and democratic institutions, which is reflected in our multidimensional approach that is ensuring overall stability for the Georgian people. We have been developing effective and efficient policies and are solidifying our vision through robust actions. Despite the grave geopolitical situation and the challenges in the region and declining global economic prospects, Georgia has managed to maintain economic stability. At the national level, my government has initiated multi-stakeholder efforts to increase investments in public goods. Because of the government's strong economic policy as well as the increased economic activity in transport and logistics, financial services, construction, energy and service sectors, including tourism, the trend of high economic growth continued in 2022. After 10.5% economic growth in 2021, 10.1% economic growth was recorded last year. And according to the IMF's forecast, in 2023-2027, Georgia will have the highest growth among the countries in the region and Europe, which is 5% per year on average. A significant increase in foreign direct investments was also observed in 2022, the volume of which was doubled compared to the previous year by more than 100%. Our decisive actions helped to create nearly 230,000 jobs over the past 2 years in Georgia. We have also succeeded in terms of stabilizing inflation at 9.4% last year, with a target of 5% for this year. Many large-scale energy infrastructure and logistics projects are underway or planned to further stimulate our economy and bring greater prosperity for our people. Our goal is to develop Georgia into a truly multidimensional regional hub, and we are actively working with the world's leading firms and brightest minds. As Georgia serves 8 landlocked countries and is a gateway between Europe and Asia, my country already plays a significant role in the East-West trade. Georgia offers international firms a competitive environment for expanding their businesses in the larger region that will reduce their operational costs. In Georgia, companies can take advantage of access to over 2.3 billion potential customers without any customs or import tariffs. Georgia has free trade agreements with China, CIS and FTA countries, and Turkey. In addition, we enjoy the benefits of the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement with the European Union. Over the past decade, we have succeeded in making Georgia as one of the best places in the world to do business. Of note, Georgia has one of the lowest tax rates in the world. Based on the World Bank, Georgia is third least tax burden country in the world, with the total tax rate of 9.9%. Further, based on the most recent World Bank's Ease of Doing Business report, Georgia is 7th easiest country to do business globally. We also offer a compelling value proposition for investors, as we have created a model in which retained earnings are exempt from the corporate income tax. Further, Georgia has 4 free industrial zones. Enterprises operating in these zones and manufacturing goods for export are exempt from taxes. All of these contribute to Georgia's position as an attractive destination for doing business. The Fraser Institute for Economic Freedom of the World 2022 report has placed Georgia among the top 15 nations with the freest economy. According to the International Budget Partnership's 2021 Open Budget Survey, Georgia is ranked first out of 120 countries in the global ranking in state budget transparency. And based on the Investment Policy Assessment's FDI Regulatory Restrictiveness Index, Georgia is ranked 8th among more than 80 countries as one of the most open economies in the world in terms of attracting investments. The Heritage Foundation Index of Economic Freedom 2022 ranks Georgia 18th in Europe, well ahead of many EU member states, with a global ranking of 26 out of 177 countries. These recognitions are testament to the tremendous progress we have made in promoting economic freedom and creating a more prosperous future for all citizens. The concept of economic freedom is essential to our country's development and stability. By fostering an environment that encourages entrepreneurship and innovation, we are attracting investment, creating jobs, and improving the standard of living for our people. To support Georgia's position as a regional hub for trade and logistics, the government invests heavily to develop both soft and hard infrastructure. Regional initiatives in the energy sector and infrastructure, such as the development of the Black Sea submarine electricity transmission cable, Euro-Asian oil transportation corridor, Southern gas corridor, railway modernization, expansion of airports, building East-West highway, along with the development of the new deep-sea port of Anaklia, will increase the capacity of our region and that of Georgia. These projects, dear friends, are especially relevant given the ever-growing importance of diversifying and expanding Europe-Asia trade routes. Also taking into account the fact that the so-called middle corridor is considered as a viable alternative to existing routes. A number of infrastructural projects are of strategic importance to us and our international partners, including the Black Sea submarine electricity transmission cable project, which will create transit opportunities, back-to-back transit trade option of green renewable across the Black Sea via Georgia. I would also like to highlight the development of the new port of Anaklia, which will increase Georgia's capabilities to ship large quantities of both dry and liquid cargoes. Additionally, we are already discussing a list of the so-called flagship projects with our European partners, which will bring additional economic synergies and serve as a catalyst for more connectivity and integration with the European Union and also Asian markets. We believe all countries of the South Caucasus and allies from East and West will benefit from these projects. However, neither strengthening of the economy nor the development of the regional hub is feasible without proper planning and a steadfast commitment to democratic values. That is why last year we adopted Vision 2030, a development strategy for Georgia, which is a comprehensive national policy document that guides the country's policy planning and coordination. It outlines key objectives and priorities for nationwide development by 2030, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 and the EU-Georgia Association Agreement. The strategy aims at promoting sustainable economic growth, social equality, security and stability, democracy and rule of law in our country, while taking decisive actions. The Georgian government maintains transparency and openness of its work and sets high standards in the fields of open governance, fight against corruption, and safety. Our efforts found reflection in several major indices, including in Transparency International's the Corruption Perception Index 2022, which ranks Georgia 41st out of 180 countries in the world. Also, Georgia is ahead of many EU and NATO countries according to the World Bank's 2021 governance indicators. According to the World Justice Project's 2022 Rule of Law Index, Georgia is ranked first in the Eastern Europe and Central Asian countries. Last but not the least, pursuant to the Numbeo Crime Index of 2023, Georgia is ranked 18th as one of the safest countries in the world and 8th safest country in Europe. Dear friends, considering all the progress we have made like never before, today Georgia aspires to become a member of the European Union and NATO. We submitted an EU membership application last year as a concrete response to the long-standing choice of the Georgian people. And last year, in June, the European Council recognized the European perspective for Georgia, which reaffirmed that Georgia's future is in Europe. We are determined to swiftly progress on the EU accession path, and the candidate status is our next immediate milestone. All of the above illustrate that the Georgian government is flexible and responsive to new regional and global socio-economic and political developments. Even though the environment around Georgia is constantly changing and evolving, we stay loyal to our national interests and shared values while serving the needs of our citizens. Subsequently, the confidence our partners have in Georgia stems directly from our steady progress and demonstrated commitment to democracy, as well as our real accomplishments in recent years. In closing, dear friends, I would like to emphasize that our vision for Georgia is to make it a symbol of stability, peace, opportunities, and development. We are committed to creating a dynamic, strong economy that benefits all our citizens. At the same time, we are building a society that is inclusive, innovative, and forward-looking. As we move forward, let us remember that our goal is to make Georgia a shining example of what is possible when people come together to achieve a common vision. In doing so, we take inspiration from the United Arab Emirates' remarkable development story. We have the resources, the talent, and the determination to succeed. And I'm confident that together we will make our vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Accelerating Innovation, Rwanda's Model. Please join me in welcoming the Right Honourable Edouard Guirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, a very good morning. It is a pleasure to be back at the World Government Summit in Dubai. I want to thank our host, Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, for the kind invitation to participate and for the warm and gracious hospitality. I congratulate the government of UAE for once again bringing the world together to discuss how to shape our common future. Excellencies, the theme, Shaping the Future of Governments, highlights the importance of clear leadership in building systems that respond to current and future challenges. I am grateful for this opportunity to share Rwanda's effort to accelerate innovation and technology. For the last almost 3 decades, innovation and technology have been at the heart of our development journey, and this was more than a choice, but a must, given our Rwandan context. But in the interest of the time, I will cover a few areas that you have identified as the key to Rwanda's transformation, and to which we have mainly channeled our efforts in technology and innovation for our sustainable development journey. First is a significant focus on digital technology over the last 20 years, which, with the understanding of its role as an important enabler of economic growth. Our long-term strategy was therefore implemented in a parallel with our long-term strategy for national information and communication infrastructure. From 2008, Rwanda deployed the countrywide fiber optic and has now achieved 94% 4G broadband coverage. This ensures accessible, affordable, and secure digital services for both public and the private sector. What was done in the process of digital transformation focused mainly on the following: putting in place the foundational legal and regulatory framework to allow liberalization of the telecommunications sector and attract private sector investments. Accelerating infrastructure rollout to connect the people through increased coverage of telecommunication networks, licensing of more operators. As a result, today over 90% of our government services can be accessed online, and we continue working to have all services digitized by 2024. This has reduced the transaction costs, improved the service delivery, and empowered our citizens. Second is infrastructure development to provide new opportunities, lower the cost of doing business, and attract domestic and foreign investment. For example, Rwanda continues to invest heavily in national road connectivity and neighboring countries, with neighboring countries, as well as air connectivity with the national airline. As a result, in terms of road quality, the World Economic Forum ranked Rwanda 39th globally and 3rd in Africa. To support a growing tourism and business event sector, the government has also invested in new hospitality, meeting and sports facilities that are drawing in more visitors and events all year long. Third, in line with our Rwanda's Vision 2050 development strategy, we are investing in modernizing agriculture and livestock to ensure food security and increase export. To this end, we found that the risking agriculture sector must be a priority to make it more profitable and attractive, especially to the youth. This is done by initiating several schemes, such as the Agriculture Insurance Scheme, the single digital interest rate in agriculture. We have also established a strong post-harvest handling system to limit food losses and waste. We are promoting smart farming techniques, such as increasing irrigation coverage to mitigate the negative effects of climate change, as well as the use of agriculture ICT systems. We have made a good progress in plant breeding research, which today produce locally most of the improved seed in use. Finally, as Rwanda's population is majority young people, the human capital development constitutes our biggest priority. It is a key driver of high-income growth and the foundation for sustainable prosperity. We are making concerted efforts to invest in quality education at all levels, with a particular emphasis on skills development in science and technology, as well as in technical and vocational trainings. We have been also partnering with world-class education institutions, including Carnegie Mellon University, Africa, and Africa Leadership University, which are now based in Kigali. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we are beginning to see some tangible results from these initiatives. For example, from the year 2000, Rwanda has sustained its annual economic growth at an average exceeding 7%. Our GDP per capita has more than tripled, and the life expectancy has increased from 49 years to slightly over 69 years in 2022. Rwanda's ability to attract foreign direct investment has increased, reflecting the work being done to improve the ease of doing business, where we have been consistently highly ranked. In turn, this has helped to promote local production, with private sector at the core of business expansion. Rwanda's post-COVID pandemic economic recovery plan consists of targeted incentives to fast-track private sector investment in key sectors with a focus on manufacturing. We also look forward to welcoming and facilitating more investment in all sectors. Excellencies, distinguished guests, there is no doubt that the present and the future of humanity is being shaped by technology and innovation. Rwanda is making this reality the focus of our journey toward economic development and transformation. Once again, I thank our hosts and wish you an energizing and productive summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Edward Guente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel...
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to you all. We're going to have 3 sessions here on stage today. Some inspiring talks, some robust debate, I hope, and all this from some of the greatest minds in their field. First, I'll introduce myself before I introduce our first speaker. I'm Anna Stewart. I'm a CNN journalist based in London. I focus on business news and tech. Now, this year, the summit's theme is shaping future governments. And increasingly, policy making has become challenging. You know, globalization, new technology, new media, global health issues, take your pick. It feels like the world spins ever faster, and policymakers need to be agile. They need to keep up. And to unpick those challenges and to discuss how maybe government should act, I can introduce our first speaker to the stage, Ignacio García Alves, the Global Chairman and CEO of Arthur D. Little.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here. And the theme of today, of this presentation, is really about whether we can embrace uncertainties to create opportunities. It might be a little bit contradictory, but that's what I would like to speak about today. When you listen to many of the policymakers around the world, especially, for example, in Davos, Antonio Guterres, he said our world is plagued by a perfect storm or a number of fronts. When you listen to President of the United States, he's very worried about the nuclear crisis. And when you listen to the World Bank, it's about really the economic forecast, how that is really being plagued. So that looks like a very negative picture. You agree? Nevertheless, if you look at business leaders, they're actually very positive about the future and they see opportunities. Nearly 2/3 of the CEOs of a study we did of CEOs above €1 billion or dollar companies, they said that in fact they were positive about how the global economy would evolve in the 3 to 5 years. So how is that possible? In fact, despite all of the tragic events that are happening, we are also living in a time of accelerating progress. Let me give you some examples. And first of all, let me tell you that I'm, of course, not happy about all these crises happening. But if you look, for example, at the Ukraine crisis, that's, of course, creating very big shocks in terms of energy or supply chains. But it's also creating, for example, in Europe, a lot of action to save energy or to decarbonize and to migrate more quickly. It's also creating many actions about how we ensure that the supply chains are more robust, in fact, right? Let's look at COVID. COVID, of course, was a tragedy with many, many deaths, but it also had some positive impacts. For example, the immense progress of medical technology, especially the vaccinations, and the vaccinations with new RNA type of technologies, it really accelerated enormously. You might remember still that you might be behind the computer at home because you could not go to work. We have calculated that has accelerated digitation by approximately 7 years. Then, you remember still maybe the 2008 financial crisis. That one made that the financial regulation improved a lot to ensure more stability and better regulation. That was all done to ensure, in fact, that this crisis, if it would happen again, governments would be better prepared. And I think that's the case. We have seen in these last crises that at least the governments did the right actions, to ensure that the economy could continue. So, when you are a policymaker, in fact, you are really ambidextrous, You have 2 hands or 2 half brains You need to manage today, and you need to build the future. So how do you get that balance right? It's a very complicated one, especially if you have all of these crises coming to you. You have a tendency maybe to be absorbed by managing today, right? So how do we keep that equilibrium, in fact? First of all, I would like to introduce to you, and you probably know, the concept of VUCA that was introduced already in the 80s by the Americans. And they said that, in fact, we are in times of 4 phenomena: volatility, the fact that there is a high speed of change; uncertainty, that you cannot predict the future; complexity, that there are multiple key decision factors; and ambiguity. It means that you don't know exactly how to interpret something. So that concept has already more than 40 years, right? We have the impression that we are living a time of unprecedented uncertainty, volatility. But in fact, in these times, in the 80s, it was, and even in the 60s, 70s, it was already the case. Let me give you some examples. Volatility, for example. Energy prices going up, going down. You might remember the times that they even became negative during a spike. Or economic trends, inflation, also economic growth. I mean, it goes up, it goes down. Uncertainty, the war that I just mentioned, but cyber attacks. By the way, cyber attack, I think that that's the next big crisis that will be even bigger than COVID and the wars, in fact, if that happens. Complexity, climate change, really complex, right? If you want to change and align all of the different interests that exist, how do you do that? Or global supply chains, extremely complex. And then ambiguity. Of course, you have heard about ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. How do we combine that with humans? So the augmented humans, that's really like an ambiguity. Will our jobs disappear? Will we not anymore be as intelligent as a machine? Or geopolitics, right? Where do we stand, in fact, with all of these conflicting interests? There's a professor that said, if you have VUCA, you need to treat it with VUCA: vision, understanding, clarity, and adaptability. I just wanted to highlight, in fact, that behind everything that we live, it's very important that we classify it in the right category. Is it volatility, is it uncertainty, complexity, or ambiguity? But more importantly, there are 2 tools that I really would advise to you. One that we call strategic insurances. Strategic insurance is how you safeguard the society against unfavorable, high impact, but low probability. I guess that you all have an insurance against fire at your home. You agree? It's not something that you want to see happen. Probability is probably very small. But if it happens, you're better insured, right? And then what we call strategic levers. Strategic levers is, do you have any means in which you can change the future? And that means, what is it that we need to work on so that we can shape the scenarios that look most favorable to us? If you use these 2 tools, you can handle a lot of the uncertainty, volatility, and probably also of complexity and ambiguity. So let me give you some examples. And I've used old examples to show you how some countries in the past have done it, and then some more recent examples. So you have been hearing about all of these nuclear threats, especially in the context of the war of Ukraine. And just to remember that Switzerland did not choose to develop the nuclear weapon, you know. They did another road. They said, let's take a strategic insurance. In Switzerland, they made nuclear bunkers mandatory for large homes and residential buildings since the 60s. So why did they do it? It's not just to ensure that people forever will live in a bunker. No, it's because in the first days of a nuclear attack, that's when you have the biggest level of radiation. So they took another way. They didn't take the way of the nuclear weapon, they took the way of the nuclear bunker. That's an insurance. It has a cost, of course, like any insurance that you have. We also see on the cybersecurity many policies and many levers that are being used by the US to try to ensure that they are less vulnerable related to cybersecurity. One of the levers they use, of course, because they believe that China might be one of the threats, is to forbid some of the equipment that come from China. I'm not saying that's good or bad, just saying that that's the insurance, in fact, that they try to take. So these are two examples of strategic insurances. Let me give you now some strategic levers. In the 1973, you remember the oil crisis that then happened? At that time, France decided that they wanted to be independent from an energy policy perspective. So they did bet very strongly on nuclear, not nuclear weapons or nuclear bunkers, but on nuclear power production. And they said, for our industry, it's very important that we're independent of the volatility that exists in the energy market. So they reached up to 78% of nuclear power, in fact. Most recently, you might have heard that they had some problems because they thought that now they could maybe go to more sustainable energy. And they started to put less priority on the nuclear, and they nearly had problems in the supply, in fact. So you need to be very careful that you are consistent, in fact, in how you do it. Another strategic lever that's very interesting is the one related to climate change. It's all of the countries together deciding that they want to change the future, right? That they want to ensure that collectively we use the lever of all of the actions that we have to diminish the footprint, in fact, in carbon. And I want to congratulate, by the way, the UAE for hosting the COP28. But it's complex, as you know. Climate is complex, and the levers that you need to use, they're also complex in that context. I just wanted to give you some examples where you see how to use that, in fact. So, what's very important, in fact, in the message is that ambidexterity is also there to remain, in fact. So while we have to manage today, we need to build the future. So managing today is about delivering performance. What does that mean? It's about ensuring that all of the services that the state supplies are performant. It's also about ensuring that in terms of the fiscal policies and how we ensure that the budget matches all of the income, we are indeed managing that in a right way. It's also about being agile and responsive. And I know that in the region there are a lot of programs that are deployed by the government about agility, you know, and having fast response units, for example. So that's very good. I just would like to recommend that you also work on having strategic insurances. Because it's not just about being very agile, reacting, it's about anticipating. Anticipating what if there's a war? What if there is another health crisis? What if we have maybe a crisis linked to cyber? What if, etc. And it's of course better when you're better prepared, you know, in advance, and you have an insurance in place that immediately can tackle that problem. Then of course it's about building the future with the other hand. It's about implementing long-term vision. Again, I think that in the region, and that's what I like, by the way, a lot about this region, is that you have this ambition, you know, how to deploy a very long-term vision and trying to build the future. It's also about leveraging the opportunities from crisis. If any way we need to go through a crisis, let's make something good out of it. So whenever there is a crisis, use it to ensure that we're really making the next progress. Like the example I give on COVID, when the digitalization, in fact, improved tremendously. So that's the other element that I would like to bring to you. But above all, think about how you can also shape the future with these strategic levers. What is it on which you really need to put a lot of effort to ensure that really the scenario that is most favorable to the societies will happen? And how can we do that together? That's why this conference is so important, because it's about aligning people working together to make strategic levers, and I hope also some strategic insurances. But it's also about delivering both at the same time and within a VUCA context. That's the complexity of leading currently, because you need to be ambidextrous and you need at the same time to be prepared for all the things that VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity brings to you. These times are very complex in terms of leadership, and it requires what we call this ambidextrous governance. So why am I speaking about this? Because we believe that if you deploy the right strategy, you can turn VUCA from a vicious circle where you're firefighting. Because you're firefighting, you're not thinking enough about deploying the right measures for the future. And because you're not deploying the right measures for the future, you're in fact not well prepared to really take the new crises that come. So in some way, you jump from one crisis for the other. And probably you have seen in many countries how governments, they're so proud because they have solved the crisis, right? And so they're really proud about what they have been doing. But they're not seeing sometimes that they're just jumping from one crisis to the other. And we're forgetting sometimes to build, in fact, the future. So what about going more to a virtuous circle, where in fact we build this ambidextrous governance that is better prepared for all of the uncertainty? By doing that, we deploy strategic levers and the strategic insurances that are needed. And by doing that, in fact, we leverage the opportunities from crises. So whenever a crisis comes, you are well prepared, and you even use it as an accelerator. And I've noticed, by the way, that crises, even if again I have to tell you that I don't say that I like crises, but they have been very instrumental in the way that they have accelerated change. Because when there is a crisis, everything that, all the comfort zone that you might have, which makes that you don't want to change the equilibriums that exist, suddenly they disappear, in fact. And so use the crises as an accelerator to have that virtuous circle, in fact. So thank you very much for having listened to me. And let's go to this ambidextrous governance to tackle both today, the future, and attack all of the VUCA crises. Thank you.
Twitter. And by the way, Twitter decides the mood of governments and mood of policies. Unfortunately, social media is today the global governance framework that we live with. We have to be very careful that we have to reclaim the space, allow adult conversations inside rooms to create pathways that are sensible. I worry we may be heading to a conflict. Europe is a sign that no one seems to be investing in peace. I hope the old continent does not infect the new world again. Europe has damaged the world many times over. And I hope this time sensible European heads can resolve their problems. You know, I remember them coming and telling us in different parts of the world that be sensible, be rational, be mature, be patient. I think we all have to go there and say this to Europe now. You know, it is time for us to take a delegation, multi-country delegation, and go and tell the Europeans that, you know, this is what you told us over the last 5 decades. Now I'm going to replay it back to you. I hope Europe gets its act together. It is not looking good.
Yeah, Dr. Samir, because I want to hear from Professor Arturo from this. Is this all Europe's or the West's problem? Are we going to like a West-East tensions, multipolar order system? Where are we heading, and what's likely to go wrong and possibly right in the facts we are dealing with and the challenges we are dealing with? Some of them are existential.
So I think my answer has to do a little bit with the point that you have made, and I think as European I should come to the rescue because I strongly believe, and I have been convinced about that for already decades, that actually Europe is the answer to the future of the world rather than the problem. First of all, the type of fragmentation that you see today in Europe is not different from the fragmentation that you see in Southeast Asia. Correct. I mean, India's opinion about the world order and Singaporean opinion, they're not the same. So there is a fragmentation also in Latin America. You know, for example, the divide with respect to the war in Ukraine between Brazil and Chile is profound. So I think this fragmentation exists. I think Europe is the answer, because if you look at, for example, these two big themes that are in discussion today, technology and sustainability. First of all, on the sustainability front, we are following actually European lead in sustainability versus, for example, China and the United States. On technology, we had a panel yesterday about data and data security. You know, we have these two systems of how we deal with technology that are private sector driven in the United States, state driven in China, and then in the middle you have Europe with a governance system for data that is to me a role model. So I think that we have problems in Europe. I don't feel responsible for the mistakes of my grandparents, but I think that we are going to lead the transformation of the world in the coming decade. Because at the end of the day, we were discussing that earlier, if you look at the institutional arrangements that we have anywhere in the world, they are European. I mean, if you go to the Shanghai Symphonic Orchestra, you will not see them playing like an erhu, which is the traditional Chinese violin. They play the Italian violin. So I think we have Europe, and I didn't expect to do this, but I think Europe has fantastic institutions. We have problems, but you know, we, I think, also are somehow the hope as well.
No, I'm glad you're optimistic, Professor. I think we are betting on Europe as well, but Europe that we see today needs to answer two big questions, and I think you mentioned it. The first is, which is the real Europe? And Europe today is caught between a number of different tendencies. There is an East-West divide. Are we moving towards a Europe that will be organized around a Warsaw 2.0? So are we going to see an Eastern European center that is going to define the political muscle and the political posture of Europe? And are we going to see that shift from Berlin and Paris to Bucharest and Warsaw? That's one big question that Europe needs to answer. And the second, I think Europe needs to make a choice. Is it offering a third path, a different way to either the US or China? Or is it going to be promiscuous and sometimes side with US and sometimes side with China? I see Europe not offering a third path. I see Europe making convenient choices, sometimes choosing the Chinese way of doing business, sometimes choosing the American political systems.
But in general, Dr. Samir, do you think things are going in favor of Asia? Because in terms of India or China, what to expect from them in the world order or the next world order, they have like very economic potentials, of course, and their political influence is getting like growing from time to time with time. But at the same time, they have their own challenges and problems in terms of corruption, for example, unemployment, older population in China, for example.
No, so, you know, I think there is a trend which moves both economic opportunity and political power towards the East. It is also happening in Europe. Western European power is moving to East Europe. The world power is moving to East Asia and to the Eastern Hemisphere more generally. On China and India, since you use those two countries, since you invoked the names, I think interesting trends. China is going to be less efficient than we think it is. It is going to become more clumsy as it becomes bigger and more important for all of us. We have seen signs of it. It is not that perfect machine that we thought it was. It makes mistakes, it stumbles, and with that size, when it makes mistakes, it implicates all of us. So we are going to see China, even as it rises, become more influential and problematic at the same time. That's going to be one reality. And I'm not really talking about politics here. I'm talking about the nature of China's future growth. India, despite its rather loud democracy and sometimes emotional democracy, you are going to see a compelling economic growth that is again going to implicate the world. It is going to decide the future of sustainability. It is going to decide the future of climate action. It is going to decide key questions on political stability, on food security, and of course on 1/6 of humanity. Now, both of these countries are going to be unlike the West. The largest chunk of global economic power is going to be in two countries who have not been part of writing the old order. And therefore, there is going to be pressures on global institutions who are not designed to accommodate these very two unique actors that are coming up. My optimism, or the possibility that I see, is that in the days ahead, we are going to move away from the clunky assessments through the prisms of nation states, and we are going to be looking at regions and cities who are going to be defining the future of the world. And clearly, it could be Ahmedabad, Bombay, Shanghai, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. You're going to have a cluster of 15 or 20 economic and political centers that are going to create a whole new networked architecture of global governance. And the nation-state framework is going to continue to underperform simply because the politics that emerges from countries is always a zero-sum. It's always the lowest common denominator. So cities give me optimism, and I'm one of the cities that gives me optimism as well.
I have a comment about, I think, answering your question, but is defining the blocks actually is going to be very difficult because it's not East versus West. It's not democracy versus non-democracies. It's not importing versus exporting countries. So we need new definitions, essentially.
Yes, thank you very much. This is the end of this session. Prof. Arturo Briz, Director, IMD, World Competitiveness Center. Thank you very much. And Dr. Samir Saran, President of the Observer Research Foundation. Thank you for your time and your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
course, that technology in all of its forms can transform policymaking for good. But that comes with some pretty big challenges, I think we'll all agree. And to break that down, I'm going to invite our three panelists to the stage. They all bring a wealth of experience, but actually quite different perspectives, different parts of the tech world. So let's welcome to the stage, first of all, a musician, producer, philanthropist, too many hats really to name them all. Here very much in his remit as a tech entrepreneur and the CEO of FYI, will.i.am. We have Doran Avni, who's Google's Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy for LATAM, Africa, the Middle East, and Russia, and Sujay Jaswar, the founder and managing partner of WonderCo.
Good to see you too.
Welcome, everyone. I know it wasn't easy to get here. Now, everyone in this room, you're very lucky because outside, the crowds outside were quite extraordinary. Well done for making it here. Sujay, nice to see you as well. Doran, we met earlier. So this panel is on accelerated tech, a new frontier for policy making. And perhaps it would be a good idea to start with what we're talking about when we're talking about accelerated tech, because perhaps we're all going to come at this from a different perspective. will.i.am, why don't you kick us off?
It's exciting times, especially when it comes to generative AI. That being said, a lot of jobs will be rendered obsolete. But new jobs, new careers, new industries will sprout. It's what I'm focused on in my entrepreneurial career as well as my philanthropic. So in Los Angeles, we serve around 12,000 students, teaching them computer science and robotics, as well as preparing them for college. I started 12 years ago with just 65 kids, and that's accelerated in over the decade, serving 12,000 and growing. So, and my entrepreneurial career in communications and generative AI is to show inner city kids what's possible when applying yourself. I know I come from music, but technology is going to transform how we make music, how we govern music as far as legal representation, business planning. All of that's going to be shifted and changed in this next decade.
And for you, AI is something that can be used very much creatively. And I think you've shown that with FYI. Maybe you want to talk to us about that platform.
Yeah, so if you're like a hyper creative, no matter what field you're in, storytelling, music writing, fashion design, you're usually that one island, and you're a nuisance to your friends who don't, think at the speed that you think. And every once in a while, you're looking for that muse or that banter partner to share ideas with, to help you improve your ideas. And every once in a while, you get frustrated trying to, find and curate that circle or that group think, that brainstorming cluster to help you fine-tune your ideas. And good luck if you find that person. And eventually you're going to exhaust that person if you're a hyper-creative. And what I've seen with, just personally with myself, with FYI and our generative AI in the loop, there is no fatigue. There is no attitude. There is no compromise in the back and forth brainstorming, banter, ping pong to materialize an idea from any section or sector of creativity. It's fantastic, and it's going to liberate, it's going to supercharge every single creative.
I'm totally with you on that. I can exhaust my producer over there, Bijan, with all sorts of questions about scripts, but ChatGPT and I these days, we're sparring. I go back to AI all the time. Do it again, but what about this? But what about that? What about that?
Yeah, and this is going to get even more fruitful when all the other giants release their version of generative AI. GPT is awesome. They're the first step into this field. There's going to be folks that are working on different unique modules, FYIs as well. Google will release theirs or improve theirs. Facebook will release theirs. Amazon will release theirs. Folks that come from, hidden parts of the world that you haven't even heard of yet. Mustafa from Inflection AI, the guy that was the founder of DeepMind, would eventually release his. It's going to be a very fruitful playing field for creatives to choose a selection of generative AIs.
Well, you mentioned Google, so let's go to Doran on the end. From your perspective, from Google's perspective...
Oh, it's Google. Sorry.
You guys know each other?
No, I just like Google.
What technology do you think is the big one for transforming the world we're living in?
Yeah. So thanks. It's great being here. I just want to start by recognizing, what's going on in Turkey and in Syria, the devastating loss of life, and our hearts go out for those people. It's indeed an exciting time. I couldn't agree more, right? And Google has been in this journey for a couple of decades, actually. AI is not new. In fact, it powers most of the products you know and I hope love, like Google Search and YouTube. But there's more out there. We're doing already some collaborations with government and using AI to make the world a better place. Just to give you one example, and then I'll get to Bard in a second. That's our generative AI service. We have flood forecasting tools that use very complex AI models to forecast floods. But we don't stop there. We're sending text messages to people on the ground that may be affected. And 2 years ago, for example, we sent over 100 million such text messages and really saved people's lives, right? So, and this is done driven by AI. Now, obviously, these are exciting times. And last week, as Will.i.am said, we announced Bard. And Bard is our conversational AI service. And you can think of Bard as a tool that combines the wealth of the world information on the one hand with the creativity of large language models. But it's important to get it right. So that's why we announced that we're sending it out to trusted testers, because before we launch it out to the public, and this will happen in a few weeks, we really want to get it right in sense of quality, responsibility, and groundedness in real-world data, right? But when this comes out, this will allow numerous opportunities to engage in different ways with information and really solve complex problems. I can tell you I've been testing Bard for a long time, and it's my best buddy out there. But AI also comes with risks, and we need to acknowledge that. And here, I think it's a joint responsibility of companies, of governments to work together on those issues. As our CEO Sundar Pichai said, AI is too important not to be regulated, right? So we welcome this joint journey. Obviously, any kind of regulation should be risk-based, it should be proportional, it should allow innovation to happen, but at the same time, it should really kind of put together clear guardrails for the way forward. And I'm really excited about the way forward.
Sujay, you are invested in so many companies. You're always looking out for the next hot thing in tech. You bet your future on it. Is it AI for you as well?
Well, I've begun to think that AI, just when you interact with it, it's almost like a reaction to having to manage millennials for so long.
I am a millennial.
Well, so am I guess, technically. But you can ask it a question, and it doesn't demand a promotion with one accurate response or a pay raise. So I think it's going to be revolutionary. There's lots of things. There's lots of markets that we look at where AI is going to transform things. Of course, what Will's doing with FYI is pretty awesome. He was showing it to us last night. But there are a number of other areas where just technological transformation is affecting everything we're doing. One of the things that you and I were talking about on Friday was the idea that all of us have become obsessed with everything that's happening around climate and climate change and sustainability. And yet, when you think about it from a policy lens, despite so much effort around the world having gone into it, the person that's most responsible is not a politician for driving us forward here. It's actually Elon Musk, which is crazy. Now, it wasn't without help from government.
You said that on the phone, and I said no. And then I thought about it. I thought, yeah, I think you might be right. I think Elon Musk may have done more for climate change than a government.
The largest contributor to climate change is the transportation industry. And that entire industry is electrifying because of one company. And that's the truth. Now, that company wouldn't exist without massive government subsidies. But I think there's this intersection between policy and incentivizing great entrepreneurs that if you combine the two, you get magic. If you just have one, i.e. government, you're probably not going to end up with really great outcomes.
Well, we'll talk more, I think, about what governments can do and what they can learn. But let's talk about the challenges and the risks that are associated with a tech like AI. And they are huge, and I think governments and companies are put off by them.
One of which is algorithmic biases. It's the reason why we do the work philanthropically at our foundation, is to inspire young kids that come from the inner city, people of color, to aim themselves to train algorithms, write algorithms, train data, because the only people that are going to fix algorithmic biases are folks that look like me writing and training data. Writing algorithms and training data. You can't depend on folks to understand your sensitivity that don't understand the culture that you come from. Until we have that, there's always going to be some version of bias in the algorithms.
Yeah, and I think inclusivity is important, and so's regulation, I think. And Doran, from your perspective, working with governments, this is a very complicated two-way street because governments can learn so much from tech, but tech also needs to heed government regulation, and perhaps there needs to be more.
Yeah, I agree. I know, it's a two-way street. Collaboration is key, and there are projects when it comes to AI where you can clearly collaborate with governments. I think this is, as I alluded to earlier, I think there are spaces where government need to lean in and set the guardrails for the whole industry. But then the most important piece here is collaboration and listening to one another, right? I think also when it comes to AI, what's something that I've seen very frequently is what holds government back from adopting AI. It's government itself, right? So you see the reluctance among policymakers to lean into new technologies. Some governments really get it right. So if you want to lean into new technologies and be, the top of your game, you need in a way to act, look, and feel more like a startup. So for example, you can look at the UAE government.
Minister of AI.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Omar, what's up?
You stole my thunder. Minister of AI is one example. Another example is CEOs of innovation that will be in each and every ministry in the UAE. So that's great. That's exactly the right way forward. And my plea to the government leaders here in the audience is approach this with an open mind, with excitement about the future.
Don't just get the stick out to bash tech down. Of course, governments can learn a lot from startups, but it's really hard. Governments, politicians live, 3-4 year terms? It's very hard sometimes, I think, to take a long-term view. Sujay, what do you think governments can learn from startups? How can they move faster?
Well, it requires embracing risk, which is somewhat antithetical to government. I think the core reason that there's so much bureaucracy is actually because it's a well-defined process to make sure that no mistakes happen, right? Like, so if you have a giant, if you have a system that is highly repeatable, that becomes a bureaucracy to manage that system. And the whole point of that system is to achieve a very specific outcome with no variance, with no risk. And the problem in innovation is that it's all about risk, and it's all about mistakes. And you mentioned that you can have a much longer time horizon as an entrepreneur. It's actually the opposite. Most entrepreneurs, from year to year, are hoping that they'll be funded. And you have to prove something in very short time horizons to get more capital to keep doing what you want to do. And so it's actually the speed that entrepreneurs, the best entrepreneurs, use as their kind of driving force. That governments, if you want to drive innovation, it has to be with that mindset.
You have to be able to make mistakes.
And move fast.
Interesting. What about all the data? Because at the moment, whether we're talking about AI, whether we're talking about IoT, where we're looking at devices, the zettabytes of data that are being created every day is overwhelming, not necessarily particularly well regulated, and it needs to be protected. It needs to be used equitably. We don't even know as consumers how much data is out there about us. We don't know how it's being used. Well, I think you are interested in this being legislated.
With more imagination around legislated.
You don't like the term legislated?
I like I'm American. I love the concept of and the principles behind our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. I think the same thing needs to be with data, especially when infused and gathered by artificial intelligence. And that AI Constitution or Bill of Rights, for everyone working in AI, should sign that. Like we have the Declaration of Independence in America and our Constitution. You know who signed it. You know it was governed conceptually with moral. It was moral at the core. And today with companies and their business models that abuse data, strip away people's civil liberties and privacy because their business model is based on that. I think with AI it gets worse. I fear the day that I'll get a call from something that looks like my mom, knows everything that my mom knows about me, and it's not my mom.
Well, Hiroshi could probably create a doppelganger robot.
No, those doppelgangers are awesome. He's like, I'm like fanning out because
yeah.
he's one of my favorite people in the world when it comes to technology. I always wanted to meet him. But that being said, that could be abused. That being said, you know, what if we're barely dealing with fake news? Imagine fake everything. That we have to. There's serious question marks that we have to put around that. What type of future are we walking into if we're not careful? If we're not governed by, you know, the moral North Star that technology is supposed to connect us. Technology is supposed to help us solve problems, not create a mess where we don't trust anything on the screen, right? So we should trust the screen. Right now, the screen is question mark. Do we trust it or not?
And I think a lot of it is transparency and knowing what data is created and who has rights to it. From big tech's perspective, and you may not like the term big tech, but what do you want to see in this area that's good for business but protects people? And also lends trust, which I think is a real key part of this.
Trust is currency tomorrow.
Yeah. So I agree with everything Will.i.am said. I think you know, it's a responsibility, it's a collective responsibility of private sector, civil society, governments to get it right. In fact, you know, there's a big hype now about large language models. The first language model Lambda was introduced by Google 2 years ago, right? And the reason we didn't send it out there to the world was because we wanted to have a very responsible approach. A few years back, we published the Google Principles of AI. We're the first company globally to do that. And there's a very clear set of principles that's available online on how do we approach AI, how do we develop it. Will.i.am mentioned earlier bias. Bias is a huge issue, right? The data you train the AI on, right? It needs to be representative of who we are. And the world is not just Europe and the US, right? And we can see it here in this conference. So it's a big challenge. I think the problems that we know of abusing AI is something we should be, you know, very mindful of. For example, creating deep fakes. We're now working at Google on technologies that will allow people to identify big tech. And in a way, it all goes back to our the mission of Google, right? It's to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And deep fake data is not useful. It causes harm, right? So now we're thinking about this in a very kind of responsible way. It will take time. It will make mistakes. But we need to acknowledge that and work together, collectively, to get it to the right place. It's one of the biggest societal, I think, challenges that we have today.
Sujay, your perspective from the startups, and maybe from Dropbox as well, do you think you have a different perspective in terms of what regulation is needed for tech?
It's a really difficult question Because anytime someone says, I know what the truth is, and what you think the truth is false, I get very nervous. Because over time, we've learned that lots of things that we were convinced were true in the past turned out to not be exactly the way it was represented. I mean, there's lots of examples of that. So it's a complicated issue. The biggest thing is I think guardrails need to be set by the policymakers, not by the companies. At the end of the day, every company has a profit motive. And you're going to make lots of micro decisions that lead you to drive like a bigger and bigger business. And that's the inertia of a company. For better or for worse, virtually everyone in the tech industry is compensated with stock, which means that all of us are motivated by a rising stock price. And so if government doesn't step in and set guardrails, it's inevitable that the profit motive will overwhelm doing the right thing.
Final thoughts. We're on our last 30 seconds. Will.i.am.
Final thoughts? If you have a niece, a nephew, a daughter, a son, inspire them, encourage them to take interest in this field. We need more people of color, more folks that come from poverty-stricken areas to create algorithms, train data, train models. It's super important. We are in this age that we're in right now. And so I encourage folks to do that.
More into STEM. I wish I'd been more focused on that. I wish I worked in AI. CJ.
Well, and to build on it, so I teach at Stanford, and one of the things that's happened over the last 10 years is the number one most popular graduating degree for undergrads is computer science. And that's becoming true at virtually every major American university. I'm not sure if that's true outside the US, but it's certainly true in the US. And the beauty of that is now people that are thinking through these problems are not just thinking through them as consumers, they're thinking as people who actually know how to build these products, or at least have a conceptual framework for building them. And so I think what we need to do is bring more people with this kind of background into government and policymaking. Because then you'll have a much deeper and richer understanding of the problem, and the things that you may be afraid of may turn out to be not worrisome at all, and there are probably things that we're not paying attention to that are much more scary than we realized. And so I think bringing computer scientists, engineers, scientists into policymaking is a really big opportunity.
Final word for you.
I think this is the time for governments to become digital sprinters, right? It's not just setting the digital infrastructure right, or preparing people for the jobs of the future, or setting smart policies. It's all of the above. So we need to think about this holistically, and those digital sprinters will not just stay informed, they will also implement the right policies in place, and they will also capture all the economic opportunity.
Thank you all. That was wonderful. Excellent thoughts. Thank you all for being here this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's us done. All right, have a lovely lunch.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay.
Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be back in the UAE for the second time in less than a year. I renew my gratitude to the leadership and people of this beautiful country for the warm hospitality as usual. At the outset, I would like to express my sympathy to the Turkish and Syrian peoples in this very painful moment. I feel it even deeper because I am an Arab descendant too. And while doing so, I commend the solidarity of the UAE that shows once again the noble values this nation is built upon. The theme of this gathering, Shaping Future Governments, suggests that the challenges that all countries and therefore governments face and are about to face will be different than what we have done in the past. It will demand different answers, and they will only be able to address properly if we do it together. So today, the main message I am aimed to deliver is a call to cooperation, a wider, deeper, and more meaningful cooperation between governments that serve the shared interest of our nations. As the late Sheikh Zayed said, history is a continuous change of events. The present is only the expression of the past. We should learn from recent difficult experiences that have set a path to be followed if we want to be more effective and tackle the opportunities that lie behind every obstacle. There have been two major events that have marked our destiny as humanity. In the last 3 years, the pandemic, the conflict in Ukraine, and I would like to add one that is already here and has a growing influence, that is climate change. The pandemic taught us many things, but I will highlight 3 lessons. First, no matter our condition, we're all vulnerable. Second, we are all mutually dependent. And third, the joint action is needed more than ever. Most of us, if not all of us, struggle to get access to medical supplies and vaccines. Solidarity played a huge role, and we remain grateful, but we should combine effort in terms of knowledge exchange, capabilities building, access to markets, and no discrimination based on political reasons to help us provide a better response to future health emergencies and other emergencies. In Paraguay, we successfully faced a tough challenge during those times by providing social protection to our most vulnerable people in moments where almost every economic activity stopped through temporary social programs, and it had an impact on public finances but our government values made us prioritize life and human dignity above anything else. The key was transparency and temporality, which allowed us to return gradually to the path of fiscal responsibility, a crucial element of macroeconomic stability that Paraguay has been known by the last 20 years. We have been one of the 5 countries in the Americas that registered a growth in foreign direct investment even during the pandemic. And we are here to share our experiences and believe that this one might serve others to create economic resilience in the future. Then, I would like to draw the attention to the situation in Ukraine, which reinforced the concept that all of us are interconnected, no matter how physically far we might be. When we thought that we were all finally recovering, this conflict triggered a disruption in the supply chains, in global food security, increased the oil prices, and therefore the logistic cost, and consequently inflation rates grew, and a new economic crisis was put in place again. In a moment on uncertainties, the possibilities for broader strategic partnerships are then, and I will highlight what we can offer to the world as a reliable partner in food security, because Paraguay is mainly a food producer. We are currently the 3rd largest soybean exporter in the world and the 9th beef exporter in the world, with enough room to keep growing. But we need the world to discover our potential. And today, I would like to extend you all an open invitation to visit and explore our region and my country. You will find a warm, welcoming people, the best business climate in Latin America, one of the world's most competitive tax regimes, and a legal framework with incentive to attract investment. According to the IMF, Paraguay is expected to grow 4.3% of the GDP in 2023, and according to the World Bank, it will even be 5.2%, which means we will be the leading growing country in South America this year. We believe in the vision that the more private sector thrives, the more jobs are created and more development is achieved. In my country, we believe in the synergy of a win-win partnership between the government and the private sector. We need to create more jobs, and in exchange, we offer many possibilities of profitable business that can contribute to the global and food security. And as a last point, I will refer to climate change and its impact on development. The planet is experiencing warming, floodings, and dryness that affect production system, energy sources, and the way we all live in general. We should exchange more information and know how to mitigate the consequences of climate change. Transfer of knowledge in science and technology to developing countries like mine is a part of the cooperation we look for. A component of this area is the transition to renewable energy, which is the real alternative for the progress within this context. In that aspect, Paraguay is in a position of leadership because it's one of the few countries worldwide whose electric system relies entirely on clean and renewable energy sources. That again creates lots of opportunities. Paraguay has 3 hydroelectric dams with a total capacity of 8,860 megawatts, and half of it is still available. That means we can project sustainable economic growth for many years to come, attracting investment and creating industries. Again, that is an opportunity for collaboration. At the same time, we are looking for other unconventional renewable energy sources like solar and green hydrogen, and have a lot to learn from the positive cases of countries that have been working on that longer than us. In a moment where there is still an issue to produce enough renewable energy, Paraguay has abundance of it to offer. I believe each nation has something to provide to make our world more sustainable, and this is clearly our contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, the second U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "Friendship among nations, as among individuals, call for constructive efforts to master the force of humanity in order that an atmosphere of close understanding and cooperation may be cultivated." I believe in that. So I invite all of us to work together and to be more close. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Urban Planning, Pathways to Well-Being. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Matar Al-Tayir, Commissioner General for Infrastructure, Urban Planning and Well-Being Pillar for the Government of Dubai. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
أصحاب السمو، الشيوخ، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أتواجد معكم اليوم في هذه الجلسة بعنوان التخطيط الحضري لتعزيز جودة الحياة. ازداد في السنوات الأخيرة تداول مصطلح جودة الحياة بين السياسيين وصناع القرار، وأصبحنا اليوم في أمس الحاجة لإعداد الخطط والسياسات لخدمة الإنسان، بحيث تسهم في جعل مدننا مكاناً أفضل للحياة وللأجيال القادمة. وفي سياق ذلك تواجه المدن الكبرى اليوم العديد من التحديات الاستراتيجية التي تؤثر على طابعها الحضري وتحد من إمكانية تحقيق تنمية مستدامة قادرة على تأمين مستوى عال لجودة حياة الناس. من أهم تلك التحديات أولاً معدلات النمو الكبيرة والسريعة في عدد سكان المدن. ثانياً الزحف الحضري والتمدد العمراني الأفقي وترهل الهياكل العمرانية للمدن. ثالثاً، تحديات التغير المناخي على المستوى العالمي. رابعاً، الثورة التكنولوجية والتطور السريع في حلول الذكاء الاصطناعي. وفي ظل هذه التحديات لا بد أن نسأل أنفسنا: ما الذي يجب فعله الآن في مجال التخطيط الحضري لتعزيز جودة الحياة وضمان مستقبل أكثر استدامة؟ عجبت بكلمة لخبير تخطيط المدن يان جيل في كتابه بعنوان المدن للناس، حيث قال: في البداية نقوم بتشكيل ملامح المدن، ثم تقوم المدن بتشكيل ملامحنا. First we shape the cities, then they shape us. وهذا يدل على أن التخطيط الحضري يحكم مصير المدن، وبالتالي التأثير الكبير على حياة الناس إما إيجاباً أو سلباً. هناك تجارب مميزة لبعض المدن التي وظفت التخطيط الحضري لتعزيز جودة الحياة. نذكر منها على سبيل المثال مدينة برشلونة، تنفذ اليوم خطة حضرية تحولية جديدة هدفها زيادة المساحات العامة والخضراء، إذ تتبنى مبدأ سوبر بلوكس الذي يتضمن تصميم الأحياء بشكل يوفر الاحتياجات الأساسية ويدعم حركة المشاة والدراجات الهوائية، ويساهم بتقليل الازدحامات بنسبة 20%. وحتى المدن حديثة التخطيط تواصل تطورها، فسنغافورة مثلا التي بنيت وفقا لخطة حضرية دقيقة تعتبر اليوم مثالا يحتذى به في حسن استخدام المساحات المحدودة. ورغم أن الكثافة السكانية فيها عالية وتصل لحوالي 8000 نسمة لكل كيلومتر مربع، إلا أنها تتصدر مؤشرات التنافسية العالمية في جودة الحياة. هذه الأمثلة تضع إطاراً لكلمتي اليوم، حيث سأتحدث عن دور التخطيط الحضري في تعزيز جودة الحياة وتجربة دبي في هذا المجال، والخطط التي نقوم بتنفيذها استعداداً للمستقبل. ولكي يتضح لنا دور التخطيط الحضري لا بد من التطرق إلى عناصر التخطيط الحضري ذات العلاقة، وأذكر 4 منها. أولاً، تخطيط استعمالات الأراضي، حيث أن التوازن بين الأنشطة الاقتصادية والتجارية والسكنية والترفيهية يساهم بشكل مباشر في جودة الحياة ويعظم المنفعة الاقتصادية. على سبيل المثال، مدينة كوبنهاغن من المدن المتميزة في تخطيط احتياجات السكان بالاعتماد على قواعد البيانات. ثانياً، البنية التحتية والتنقل، فتعزيز التكامل بين المناطق والاستقلال الأمثل للبنية التحتية ووسائل النقل ضروري جداً لتلبية احتياجات المجتمع، حيث تبنت العديد من المدن مبدأ 15 وال20 دقيقة لدعم هذا التوجه. فمثلا 79% من سكان مدينة فانكوفر بإمكانهم الوصول للخدمات الأساسية خلال 15 دقيقة مشياً على الأقدام. ثالثاً، البيئة والاستدامة، ولتحقيق ذلك لابد من العمل على تقليل البصمة الكربونية وتبني حلول مستدامة للمحافظة على الموارد للأجيال القادمة. ودولة الإمارات تهدف للوصول إلى 0 انبعاثات الكربون بحلول عام 2050. وقد اعتمد سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله عام 2023 كعام الاستدامة. وكما تعلمون تستضيف الدولة مؤتمر التغير المناخي كوب 28 هذا العام في مدينة إكسبو في دبي. رابعاً المرونة والابتكار من خلال تبني سياسات مرنة وتطوير مرافق وخدمات المدينة بشكل مستمر، والاستفادة من الأنماط الجديدة مثل التنقل ذاتي القيادة. ودبي تهدف إلى تحويل 25% من الرحلات لتكون بوسائل تنقل ذاتية القيادة بحلول 2030. وسيتم تشغيل 10 مركبات أجرة ذاتية القيادة بالشراكة مع شركة GM كروز بنهاية عام 2023. ونعمل في دبي على توفير عناصر التخطيط الحضري التي تعزز جودة الحياة. وفي هذا الإطار أطلق سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله في عام 2021 خطة دبي الحضرية 2040، وهي خطة تحولية استراتيجية ومرنة تركز على رفاهية الإنسان. وقبل البدء بالحديث عن أهداف الخطة اسمحوا لي أن أعطي نبذة مختصرة عن تاريخ التخطيط الحضري لإمارة دبي. فمنذ قيام مؤسس نهضة دبي المغفور له بإذن الله تعالى الشيخ راشد بن سعيد آل مكتوم طيب الله ثراه بإطلاق أول خطة حضرية لإمارة دبي في عام 1960، تضاعف عدد سكان دبي 80 مرة، وزادت المنطقة الحضرية 170 مرة بين عامي 1960 وعام 2021، ويعتبر هذا الرقم قياسيا في نمو المدن. وخطة دبي الحضرية هي الخطة السابعة لإمارة دبي برؤية طموحة بأن تكون دبي المدينة الأفضل للحياة في العالم، وهي الرؤية الجديدة التي تسعى حكومة دبي لتحقيقها. وترسم الخطة خارطة مستقبلية مستدامة للتنمية محورها الإنسان والارتقاء بجودة الحياة وتعزيز التنافسية العالمية لإمارة دبي. ومن أهم أهدافها أولاً توفير خيارات تنقل مستدامة ومرنة تساهم في تسهيل الحركة، حيث من المخطط أن يسكن 55% من سكان دبي ضمن مسافة 800 متر أو أقل من محطات النقل الجماعي. ثانياً تعزيز الفرص الاستثمارية من خلال زيادة مساحة الأنشطة الاقتصادية إلى 168 كيلومتر مربع. ثالثاً تعزيز وجذب المساحات الخضراء والترفيهية بنسبة 105%. خامساً زيادة المساحات المخصصة للشواطئ العامة بنسبة 400%. وحددت الخطة 5 مراكز حضرية لدبي تتميز بتنوع استعمالات الأراضي وزيادة كثافتها وتكامل الخدمات فيها، وهي أولاً المركز التاريخي، ثانياً مركز اقتصادي ومالي، ثالثاً مركزاً للسياحة والترفيه، رابعاً مركز للمعارض والفعاليات، وخامساً مركز للمعرفة والابتكار. وسيتم التركيز في تلك المراكز على توجيه التنمية والاستثمار لاستغلال البنية التحتية والخدمات المتوفرة وتوفير أكثر من 80% من احتياجات السكان ضمن 20 دقيقة. ومن مستهدفات الخطة كذلك المحافظة على 60% من إجمالي مساحة إمارة دبي كمحميات طبيعية ومناطق ترفيهية. وتحظى مشاريع خطة دبي الحضرية بدعم ومتابعة مستمرة من قيادتنا الرشيدة حفظها الله. وقد تم تطوير وإنجاز الملفات التالية كأولوية: أولاً سياسة لاستدامة إسكان المواطنين، ثانياً خطط شاملة للمحافظة على المناطق الريفية، ثالثاً تطوير قانون التخطيط الحضري لتنظيم العلاقة بين المطورين والمستثمرين والجهات الحكومية. رابعاً تبني نموذج مرن لحوكمة قطاع التخطيط الحضري يضمن التوازن بين التنمية المستدامة والاستغلال الأمثل للأراضي والمشاريع. وفي هذا الإطار تتبع الحكومات نماذج مختلفة لحوكمة القطاع الحضري. أولاً نموذج مركزي يعتمد على تخطيط البلديات. ثانياً نموذج غير مركزي يعتمد على توزيع الصلاحيات بين البلديات وسلطات التطوير. وفي إمارة دبي طبقنا نموذجاً هجيناً من خلال تشكيل لجنة عليا للتخطيط الحضري بمشاركة الجهات الحكومية وسلطات التطوير الرئيسية. وانطلاقاً من توجيهات قيادتنا الرشيدة لتحقيق أفضل مستويات الرفاهية لسكان دبي وزائرها، يجري العمل حالياً على تطوير استراتيجية شاملة لجودة الحياة في إمارة دبي بالتنسيق مع 17 جهة في الإمارة، وتغطي الاستراتيجية كافة فئات المجتمع، وتهدف إلى أولاً تطوير نموذج دبي لجودة الحياة. ثانياً تعزيز جاذبية دبي كأفضل مدينة للحياة في العالم. وثالثاً تعزيز مرونة واستدامة الإمارة. وتتضمن الاستراتيجية 10 محاور رئيسية مقسمة على 3 مستويات. أولاً مستوى الأفراد، ويغطي 5 محاور أهمها الصحة والأمن والسلامة والتعليم والتوظيف. ثانياً مستوى المجتمع، ويغطي محورين: المجتمع والعلاقات والثقافة والترفيه. ثالثاً مستوى المدينة، ويغطي محاور التنقل والبيئة الطبيعية والحضرية. ولأن عموم المجتمع هو المتأثر الأول بمخرجات الاستراتيجية، فقد تم إجراء استبيان لأكثر من 12,000 شخص من مختلف الفئات لرصد احتياجات الناس وتطلعاتهم. وسيتم خلال هذا العام إعداد خارطة طريق لتنفيذ مشاريع ومبادرات استراتيجية مبتكرة لجودة الحياة. أستعرض الآن فيديو قصير عن تجربة وخطة دبي لتعزيز جودة الحياة.
شغوفون بالحياة، نؤمن بالمستقبل، نؤمن بالإنسان، بالحاضر المزدهر والمستقبل المستدام. نحقق أرقاماً قياسية عالمية في التنمية والاقتصاد والبنية التحتية. نمضي بأفق جديد، برؤية تنموية مستدامة، بخطة حضرية محورها الإنسان، نعزز بها جودة الحياة، نخلق مستقبلاً واعداً، مستقبلاً متطوراً في بيئة نموذجية وخدمات تكاملية توفر السعادة والرفاهية. لتكون دبي المدينة الأفضل للحياة في العالم.
ويظل الاهتمام بالإنسان عنوان الأبرز في اهتماماتنا وعملنا، وتنمية الإنسان عندنا أهم من تنمية العمران.
إن واقع مدننا هو نتاج لقرارات اتخذت على مر السنين الماضية على كافة المستويات وفي كافة المجالات، وأكثرها تأثيراً في تشكيل واقع حياتنا هي تلك القرارات الاستراتيجية التي روعي فيها الإنسان ومتطلبات عيشه ورفاهيته. والمدن المتقدمة في جودة الحياة هي تلك التي تتمحور حول الإنسان وتنجح في تهيئة بيئة صحية وآمنة ذات بنية تحتية متميزة ومساحات خضراء ووسائل نقل مرنة ومستدامة وأنشطة متنوعة في متناول الجميع تسهم في بناء مجتمع يتمتع أفراده بأفضل مقومات المعيشة. في ضوء ما ذكرته يسرني أن أشارككم أهم 6 دروس مستفادة من تجربة دبي. أولاً، الخطط والاستراتيجيات يجب أن تضع الإنسان كمحور أساسي. ثانياً، تحديد الأولويات وموائمتها مع الاحتياجات الحالية والمستقبلية يضمن استدامة الموارد. ثالثاً، التركيز على الحوكمة كإطار تنظيمي يضع نجاح تنفيذ الخطط وتحقيق مستهدفاتها. رابعاً، تكامل الخدمات وتوفرها ضمن كافة المناطق يسهم في تقليل الحاجة للتنقل. خامساً، توظيف التقنيات المتقدمة مثل تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات الضخمة يسهم في رفع كفاءة تخطيط المدينة ودعم اتخاذ القرار. سادساً، المراجعة الدورية لخطط القطاعات الداعمة للتخطيط الحضري تضمن الموائمة والتكيف مع المتغيرات. إن نجاح المدن في تحقيق مستقبل حضري مستدام للأجيال الحالية والقادمة يتطلب منا إعادة النظر في أدوات وأنظمة التخطيط الحضري التقليدية وإحلالها بمنظومة مبتكرة تواكب التطور التكنولوجي المتسارع. فالمدن الناجحة ليست وليدة الصدفة، وإنما هي نتاج أولاً تخطيط ممنهج، ثانياً تنفيذ فعال، وثالثاً تطوير مستمر. وأختم كلمتي بمقولة لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله، يقول فيها: نواصل العمل لاستكمال نموذج تنموي عالمي هدفه رفاه المجتمع وتمكين أفراده وتحفيزهم على الإبداع والابتكار والنجاح. شكراً لحسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly. Our next session is titled, Can Governments Build an Omni-Economy? With Her Excellency Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. This session is moderated by Richard Quest from CNN.
We don't have much time, Managing Director. So let's jump straight to it. First of all, we want to talk about Turkey and Syria and the situation, the aid that is going in, the difficulties of getting aid to certain particular parts of Syria, and what more you would like to see done.
My heart goes for the people in Turkey and in Syria that have been devastated by the earthquake. And you're right to focus on Syria because the country has suffered so much for so long. It is now a moment for all of us to stand by people that are devastated and to get aid to move faster, to get to those who need it. It is a responsibility of the international community to act as one.
Because the way I'm reading it, the UN's going to consider lifting certain sanctions or opening certain new borders, the EU. I mean, these are meetings that will take hours, if not days, when people are dying now. But at the same time, it has to be done in a considered way. So how do you square that circle?
By focusing on what matters the most. And it is the children, the women, the men that need help. Nothing is an obstacle when your heart is in the right place, Richard. I used to be Commissioner for Humanitarian Aid. People cannot wait days when they have no shelter, no food, no water.
But what do you do in an environment like Syria where you've got questions? I mean, I hate even discussing it, but this is the reality. The reality is people are discussing whether rebel-held areas will be... I think we need to pause for a moment, if you'll bear with me. Not sure why we're pausing.
Your Royal Highness, I cannot think of a better reason for us to pause than to say thank you to our gracious host. Thank you.
With Your Excellencies.
And I'm sorry, I need to fix the protocol, Richard.
No.
Your Highness.
Oh, one of the things I love about this place, one of the things I absolutely adore is that business gets up. We get on with business and protocol follows after. With your permission, sir, we will continue. Thank you. Now, back to where we were. What do you do, Managing Director, though, where you have an environment where will the rebel-held territory let the aid through? Will the government send aid that is sent to them, to rebel-held territories? These are real problems.
Well, the first thing you do is you trust those who have specialized to deliver aid in these kinds of circumstances. And I have high respect for the Red Cross, for the humanitarian organizations like UNICEF, like World Food Program. Let them move. Just don't stay on their way.
Let's talk about growth. You recalibrated growth, which is a posh way of saying raised it. Well, it's all over now, isn't it? That's the end of that. We can move on. Nothing to see here. Crisis over.
Richard, I'm I'm not an English native speaker, but what we project is less bad, not good. So we are still in a difficult time. Why? Because growth this year is slowing down vis-à-vis the previous year, from 3.4% to 2.9%, and because inflation has not quite evaporated yet. Why we are more positive? We are more positive for three reasons. One, because in the United States and in the EU, labor markets are remarkably resilient. People have jobs. When people have jobs, even if prices are high, they still spend. Two, China has finally opened up and their economy is perking, contributing to global growth. Three, because we have seen surprisingly good results of central banks tightening up financial conditions and inflation finally trimming down, although the fight is not yet won.
Oh, it's far from won. You say it is trimming down. The problem is traditional economics requires there to be an increase in unemployment if you're going to bring inflation down to target. I don't like saying it, but that's the reality.
What we would see is some increase in unemployment, but from an incredibly low
But we're
number.
not seeing that weakness in labour markets, which suggests that there's going to have to be a good few more doses of monetary tightening.
We will see monetary tightening with us this year, but not anymore. We are projecting this tightening to continue way into 24. And let me stress that we have markets that are in love with good news, and they do not keep their ears open for the more neutral, nuanced message they're getting from the Fed, from the European Central Bank. So what is happening is Chair Powell says we're seeing headline inflation moderating, and then he says, but the job is not yet done. Markets hear the first part of the sentence, they don't the second.
Are you surprised at the innocence, naivete, or just simple stupidity of markets in that they, because I've been following this for months now, and you're right, ma'am, they hear the first bit, but for months the central bankers have been saying there's more to come. The markets don't hear it.
Well, I think that the markets actually have a good reason to be more upbeat, because what they are finally seeing is the US economy likely to avoid recession. 2-3 months ago, that likelihood was much lower. They're also seeing China reopening and the Chinese consumer rushing to spend the money they saved during the pandemic, during the lockdown. So there are reasons to be more optimistic. And since we are in the Emirates, they are also seeing some parts of the world economy performing really well. Your Highness, your country being one of those that are performing really, really well. So we can express, on behalf of the whole world, we want to thank these economies like India, like the Gulf countries, for giving a good momentum.
I'm afraid I need to ask you, since we have the distinguished learned leader, what do they need to do to ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of this progress?
What they have been doing over the last years, which is relentless pursuit of reforms. There is this impression that the only reason the Gulf countries are doing well are high oil and gas prices. This is not true. They're doing well because, one, they have been opening up more space for private investments and for jobs being generated by competition, by competitive businesses. Two, they have been reforming relentlessly how they raise money and how they spend money. We are seeing in the Gulf much more reliance on collecting taxes. The Emirates are going to introduce corporate tax, and we are also seeing much more attention to public spending to go where priorities are: education, health,
productivity based. Do you think that that is an example of what you're seeing is a maturing of these economies?
Certainly. We see diversification being the mantra of growth today and in the future, and rightly so.
On this question, one criticism has come up in terms of COP28 and the appointment of essentially a CEO of an oil company, a very large oil company. The phrase is "let the fox into the hen house," to describe it. Do you have confidence that the COP28 process will be transparent in that sense?
Our focus is on what needs to be done. And in that sense, the objectives of the presidency are the right objectives. We must increase the potential for private finance in developing countries for the green transition and for adaptation. We must complete the jobs that was started in COP27 in that regard. What are the obstacles, how we can remove them? And in that sense, yes, I actually believe that we are running against time, and the focus must be on what needs to be done and how we can do it together.
Rather than who's actually...
Let me say that for the IMF, we are not a party of the convention. We don't participate in the selection of who is going to be the president. But we need everybody. We talk about inclusive approach to fighting the climate crisis. Inclusive is exactly that. All hands on deck.
When you and I speak, I mean, you know, it's usually there's a crisis somewhere in the world, and there's plenty of them at the moment. But I'm hearing from you more positivity. But that's not to say Panglossian sort of rose-colored spectacles. But I'm hearing from you say that if we get it right now, we stand a reasonable chance of skirting this.
Yes, I believe very strongly that today awareness about the climate crisis is very high. In this part of the world, in the Middle East, the warming is twice as fast as it is in the rest of the world. And when there is awareness, with awareness comes commitment and action. And I actually use the opportunity that we have the leadership here of COP28 to say, let's focus on commitments being honored, actions being taken. Because if we miss yet again a chance to deliver on our own promises, we are all cooked. And I don't think very, very literally. And I don't think that anybody in this audience wants to see our children, our grandchildren, suffering the consequences of our inaction. Do you agree?
You bring to these moments a refreshing bluntness, a warm-heartedness, but a steely resolve. You know,
Yes.
you don't stand for any nonsense, do you?
I so much agree, Richard. Look, one thing that I want to be remembered with as being the first managing director of the IMF that comes from an emerging market with the experience of living through an IMF program is that my job is to keep our global community together, to keep the world economy integrated. And I am relentless in pursuing my job.
When do you sleep?
What is this thing, sleep? I heard about it. What is it?
It's a bit like that other word. Weekend.
So I have one way to recharge, and for those of us in the audience that have grandchildren, you would immediately understand it. Spending time with my grandchildren, who I adore.
Thank you very much.
best leverage the significant asset. Our first keynote is titled, What Should Leaders Learn from History? Please join me in welcoming Dr. Roy Casagrande, professor from Austin Community College.
Hello. So before I got on an airplane to come here, a friend of mine asked a question, and the question was, if I had an alternate title for my talk tonight, what would it be? And I thought about it a little bit, and I decided that maybe the title was A Plea for Balance. So obviously, balance of what? There are two forces throughout history that have shaped every single civilization without exception. And those two forces don't like each other. They're in conflict with one another. They clash. The first force is the innovative force. The innovative force is the force that believes that the only way to greet the future is through change. It likes change. It seeks out change. It's a very dangerous force, especially when it's unleashed and there's no counterbalance to it, because it'll tear up culture and it'll change traditions and it changes identities and it asks uncomfortable questions. By contrast, the other force is the preserving force. The preserving force wants to not just lock things in place in this moment, it actually almost always has some amazing event from the past that it looks to as the model not just for the present, but for the future as well. In other words, there's some moment in the past that the preserving force says, this is what we should be doing. I can't believe we're doing what we're doing. What we're doing right now is wrong. The innovative forces have gotten out of control. The problem is our species, at least for the last 12,000 years, has steadily kept changing the amount of technology available. In other words, whether we want to or not, we have been in a state of constant change for 12,000 years. Just look at what we've done in the last 200 years, the last 50 years, the last 20 years. The pace of change has actually accelerated so that it's geometric. It's an exponential curve, which is, of course, scary because it means that on one hand, some of the innovative force is out of control, it's out of balance, and the preserving force has lost control of that, and as a result, we see a pendulum swing. If your society has some balance, the pendulum swing should be kind of gentle. It shouldn't be too horrible. There is one state that has done a decent job in the last 2 centuries of getting a level of balance, and it's Sweden. It's used for 175 years. It's used its democratic institutions to slow things down if the change was too fast, and the Swedes would vote conservative. But then when the Swedes were ready for more change, they would vote socialist. And it went back and forth. Today, Sweden, a country of 11 million people, is one of the largest economies on the planet. It's stable, the people have buy-in, they have levels of happiness. By contrast, one of the most shocking events in terms of imbalance was the conflict that took place in Spain from 711 to 1492. In the south, the Muslim-ruled Spain was innovative, it was diverse, it was accepting. It had commerce, it did inventions, it changed things as minor as how shoes were made. The term cordwainer comes from Cordova. In stark contrast, the fanatic fundamentalist Christian states of the north sought not just to create a unified Spain, they sought to crush that diversity and create a homogeneous state where everybody believed essentially the same thing. They sought to then also purge the Jewish and Muslim populations from Spain in the process. What's incredible about the Spanish moment is not only that the conflict lasted 781 years, and not only that by most people's standards, the bad guys won. The homogenous crusher population, but that it all kind of came together in 1 year. So it obviously was a process that took 8 centuries, but in 1 year, 1492, a bunch of it lined up just the way they wanted it to. The Kingdom of Granada falls, the last Muslim kingdom. The Jews are expelled, and then 10 years later, the Muslims are expelled. Now, obviously, a lot of Jews and Muslims converted, and they became the conversos and the moriscos. But it's also the year that the world is forever dramatically, completely changed. It's flipped upside down and shaken, because it's the year that Columbus starts the conquests of North and South America by Europeans. It's the year that triggers a catastrophe for the Native American populations. Within a century, somewhere around 150 million Native Americans die. It's incomprehensible. Mass enslavement, conquest, whole civilizations are destroyed. And it was possible because the Spanish had so much momentum from the war machine that they had built to crush the Muslim South, that they just simply took that momentum, they unleashed it into the New World. And when they did, they brought that preserving force of homogenizing with them. And the result was that even though the Spanish created a massive empire that stretched across 2 continents and then the Philippines, they didn't have the ability to adapt. They didn't have the industry to develop to sustain their war machine, to replace the Armada when the English sank it. In other words, what they had done by creating this locked-in, homogenous society is they had lost the ability to innovate and adapt for the future. So even though the Spanish Empire lasts 300 years, the only reason it lasts 300 years was its massive size gave it the momentum to sustain itself. In other words, the preserving force got out of balance and in control, and it was catastrophic. The thing that made the conquest of the Americas possible was also the very thing that doomed the Spanish Empire. But, having said that, that's actually not what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about the past. Well, I do, but more recent past. I actually want to dive into something a little bit closer to us. And I was thinking about it, and we live in a world where everything's ideological, everything is liberal conservative. I'm so exhausted by it, sometimes socialist. And at the end of the day, I have awful news for everybody. Nobody knows enough to be certain of anything. And the fact that you're certain makes me certain that you're wrong. Right? So, to avoid that and not upset people, I decided to try and do something a little apolitical, but to still illustrate my point. So, my story, I'm going to give you a little story, is about NASA. Right? Space exploration. Usually people don't get too upset about space exploration. I should be able to get away with it. In 1972, NASA approached President Nixon because they had just made a discovery. It was a really cool discovery. It turns out that if they launch a probe by 1977, if they launched a spaceship by 1977, they could catch the 4 big gas giants with the one spaceship. They could send this probe to Jupiter, use its gravity to slingshot it past Jupiter to Saturn, past Saturn to Uranus, past Uranus to Neptune, and then leave the solar system and send us data back the whole way. Nixon, they knew, was going to resist. The reason they knew Nixon was going to resist is because Nixon was part of the preserver force. In American parlance, we'd say conservative, but it's not really a liberal conservative thing, so I want to be careful with it, which is why I'm using the preserver force. In 1968, Nixon believed he had been elected to undo the 60s. That was his mandate. He wanted 1973 to be 1953. Honestly, I think if it could have been 1853, he would have preferred that. But at least 1953, the year he became vice president for Eisenhower. So, 2 years after we land on the moon, 1971, Nixon slashes NASA's budget. They're punished for their success. So by 1972, they know they're in trouble. So they go to the president. Tears are already in their eyes because they're worried he's going to say no. And they tell him about this unbelievably strange event where the planets are not really lined up, but kind of lined up, right? For probe purposes, they're lined up. They need to launch by 77, so they can't wait for the election results. And besides, Nixon might get a second term. So they need the permission now. So they go to him, and they go, will you authorize us to send this probe to look at the 4 big gas giants? And of course, his answer is no. And the reason his answer is no is because he sees science as part of the problem. What does science do? It asks questions. It never really answers any question. By the time you're done answering a question, you end up with 13 more questions. And the result is that it leaves us going, wow, I just don't like electrons. Electrons are so bizarre. We can actually have a situation where we can look at an electron and it behaves like a particle, and then we can change the parameters and it acts like a wave. But here's what's really weird. The way we change which one it does is if we looked at the data on how it was behaving. If we don't look, it acts like a wave. As soon as we look, it acts like a particle. It's almost as if the electron is aware that we're looking, right? You look at that, you go, okay, never am I going to think of electrons again. I'm done with it. It's protons for my future, because protons are predictable. So Nixon is looking at this, and he's going, we just did the 60s. And it's because of people like you, innovators who hold summits to have ideas talked about, right? That's what this is, in case you hadn't figured it out already. It's a chance to share and maybe make people uncomfortable on occasion, but to get ideas out there. And Nixon goes, the 60s, which by the way was 15 years long, started in 54, ended in 69. The 60s was total upheaval. It was a revolution, in the true sense of the word, an actual revolution. We changed everything. We changed the way people dressed. We changed the way men wore their hair. We changed the music we listened to. We changed the political structure. We made space for women. Women to have more political rights, women to have more economic rights. We made space for black people. We made space for brown people. We didn't make everybody equal by any means. That would be naive and silly and foolish to think, but at least it got better. We changed our relationship to drugs, to marriage, to sex, to everything. And Nixon and his folk hated every moment of it. It was torture for them. They wanted the old order returned. And so he says no. He says no to NASA. So they start begging. And they're trying to get something out of this. And somebody has the idea, two planets. What if we compromise? How about this, Mr. President? Just give us 2 planets, Jupiter and Saturn. And the president goes, okay, just 2 planets. Which is, of course, brilliant on NASA's part, because all they have to do is launch the probe at the first 2 planets, and it'll automatically get the other 2. In 1977, after launching Voyager 2, NASA changes its course so that it will officially pick up Uranus and Neptune. And we did. And Voyager 1 and 2, of course, get to go down in history as the greatest probes ever sent into space. They're amazing. So, Nixon interfering with NASA, maybe not the worst thing to ever happen to the world, but it has a serious consequence. The Saturn V rocket that we launched to the moon was never intended for the moon. Wernher von Braun didn't care about the moon. We cared about Mars. The whole goal was that the moon was going to be the first step to Mars. That's where we were going. And so that same year, NASA got stuck asking the president permission to also go to Mars. And he said, absolutely not. We're not wasting American taxpayer dollars that could be used to cut taxes for the rich and fight the war in Vietnam. And so he said no. So they had a backup plan. They said, okay, how about this, Mr. President? What if we design, test, and use a space pickup truck? And he goes, a space pickup truck? What's that? The space shuttle, obviously. It's a spaceship with a payload in the back that you can put things in it. And he goes, I can relate to pickup trucks, and I bet the American public can too. And he approves it. Now, in NASA's mind, they thought they were manipulating the president again. They thought what they were going to get was the space shuttle to build a space station by bringing stuff up to it. And then once they had the space station, they would bring this stuff up to build a spaceship to go to Mars off the space station. This is the first necessary step. And here we are, it's 2023, and we're not really close. We haven't gotten to Mars. What they needed the president to do was do a Kennedy. Kennedy said, by the end of this decade, we'll be on the moon. They needed the president to say, by the end of this century, we'll be on Mars. He didn't. So there are consequences at that level. But actually, there are consequences that are way worse than that. Nixon tried to identify what were the causes of that revolution that we call the 1960s. And he and his friends concluded there were two things that caused this. One was the incredible US economy. From 1948 to 1973, for 25 years, the US economy was so amazing that you could conceivably get a job. I mean a regular job. I don't mean an amazing job. Just a job. And the pay would be so high, and the benefits so amazing, that you could not only afford to buy a house and feed your family, you might be able to send your kids to school, to college, and you might be able to retire really well. Piketty says in his book, Capital in the 21st Century, that that was the only time, in fact, in human history where a person could work and make wealth. Right? Because if you look at the middle class today in the United States, they don't make wealth. They barely get by. The difference between the middle class and the lower class is that the middle class has stable housing and the lower class doesn't have stable housing. The wealth distance between the lower class and the middle class is negligible. It's meaningless. They're barely getting by. But for 25 years, people were prospering. And what they realized, it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If people aren't fretting about food, if they're not worried about shelter, if they're not in constant fear that the economic situation they're in will collapse, they have mind space to start to ask bigger and better questions like, wait a minute, what about civil liberties? What about civil rights? What about human rights? And the next thing you know, by 1954, 6 years into this explosive economy, we're in the middle of a revolution. The other thing that Nixon identifies as a problem is our education system. Now, if I say that today, the American education system, usually people laugh. And by the way, that's appropriate, so feel free to go ahead and do it right now. So I'm a college professor. I've been a teacher for 28 years, I think, something like that. And I have to tell you, I have a steady stream of students who've just basically never held an idea in their brains in their lives. And they can barely read, and they can't do math. It's not a thing. They whip out their phone, their external brain, and they use that instead. And then I think, wow, but when you think, like when you learn math, it builds neural pathways in your brain. So that means that part of their brain isn't developed, which means they think differently than I do, which is fascinating. It could be a power. Maybe having a mathematical brain or a mathematically trained brain limits you in some way. But at the same time, it makes me worried, especially when I read the essays and then begin to cry. So, what Nixon tries to do is begin to chip away at the American education system on purpose. He doesn't really do that much damage. Honestly, he doesn't do that much damage to the economy either, but he does damage to the economy. 1973 is pretty much the high point of the American empire. For those of you who hadn't figured it out, we've been in decline for 50 years. 1973 was our apex, was our height. But it was also the moment when we had the most egalitarian society we've ever had. There was class mobility. The distance from the poorest person to the richest person was really, really low. And it was a time of innovation. I mean, we landed on the moon. That wasn't a bad thing to do. Think of how primitive the computers were. They were so awful that they had to hire mathematicians to double-check the results from the computers because they knew the computers weren't reliable. They could get you the answer quickly, but they couldn't get it to you accurately. They were black women. We put them in back rooms. Don't worry, nobody had to know about it. They were called computers. That was their title. That was their job title. So Nixon doesn't quite do all the damage, but he does some. And by many socioeconomic indicators, the United States starts to go backwards in 1973. In other words, in many ways, the economy of 1973 is something that most Americans dream of and reminisce of. It's our imaginary moment when we think of the economy that the preserver nature wants to get back to. So when a politician stands up and says, I'm going to do something like Make America Great Again, they're thinking of the 1973 economy when they hear that. They're thinking of 1853 when they think of the social order. So really they hear Make America 19th Century again. Reagan is the guy who does the destruction to the education system. He slashes funding. It's terrible. We've had 40 years of underfunded education. So why does all this matter? I'm going to give you, since I've been doing this NASA thing, I'll give you one more NASA thing. It's just to bring this home. So from 1962 to 1972, so for 10 years, that's when we built the Saturn V rocket. In my mind, it's still the best rocket ever. I know the SLS is a little bit more powerful, but the Saturn V was glorious. And when I say 1962, the first 2 years were just designing the rocket. They didn't actually start building the components until 64. In today's dollars, it costs $10 billion. $10 billion to do the Apollo program, basically. When you think about it, that's nothing. It was money well spent. Just the pictures back from the moon were worth $10 billion. We decided that we're going to jumpstart the space program 50 years later. What have we been doing for 50 years? Point to something we've achieved in the last 50 years besides cell phones. I was going to reach for mine, but I realized I didn't have it on me. We have these incredible computers, these handheld computers. Okay, that's great. And the entertainment. Man, Hollywood can really knock it out of the park. TV these days, incredible. But name something like truly, do we cure cancer? Name something that we've done that's monumental in the last 50 years, that stands up to going to the moon. A discovery we made. Higgs boson was pretty cool. I remember exactly where I was when Higgs boson was discovered. I was on a dirt road in Vermont, driving, listening to BBC, crying, because I couldn't believe how cool it was. But that was just for a few nerds. Something that the whole world could look at and go, wow, this is incredible. This is the moment. We've achieved something. All the civilizations before us have those things. There's something they can look to, and we did too until 50 years ago. It's almost like we decided we were done. We achieved what we wanted to, we went to the moon, we were finished. Oh, we're going to redo it. We're going to go back to the moon. So we have to restart the whole space program, including building a rocket to replace the Saturn V. That project took 11 years to build SLS, Space Launch System. I feel like that's the worst named rocket ever. Space Launch System. Isn't that a rocket? Did we just name our rocket rocket? I feel like we named our rocket rocket. 11 years, $11 billion. Saturn V was 10 years, $10 billion. Let's just call it even, right? It's close enough. What's an extra billion in an extra year? We built 15 Saturn V rockets. We built 2 SLS. Somehow, 50 years ago, we were 7.5 times more productive. 50 years ago, when our computers were so awful, we had to have a backup team check the math. 50 years ago, when we didn't have all the alloys and plastics that we have today. Same money, so you can't blame it on the funding. Same amount of time, so you can't say it was rushed. How is it that 50 years ago, we were so much more innovative that we could land on the moon 6 times, that we could link up with the Soviets in space, and we're just now trying to refigure all that out all over again? And the answer is that the preserver force in the United States economy was so good, so thorough, that the United States simply doesn't have the ability to operate the way it used to. So here's my plea. My plea is for world leaders not to give up on the preserver force. If the innovative force gets out of balance, that's not good. It'll erode things. For example, history. It's quick to forget. It's not interested in the past or culture or family ties. It's dangerous. What I'm saying maybe is hold on to it a little less tightly so that when the innovations come about, we can adapt. And engage more of the community. One of the things that's happened over the course of the last 50 years in the United States is college has become more and more exclusive, not inclusive. It's become so expensive that a person has to ask themselves a really strange question. Am I willing, because, right, the United States is such a strange place, we want to charge crazy amounts of tuition for public post-secondary education. Do we really have enough MDs that we can afford to weed them out? Do we really have enough engineers? And the answer is obviously no. The United States is 6% Asian, but 30% of our MDs are Asian. So we've compensated for the fact that our education system is terrible by just importing and brain draining on the rest of the world. What we should do is fix the education system. So I keep saying 1853 is the thing they're looking to, because in the 1853 system, white men like me are the only people who have privilege and power, are the only people who have a guaranteed path to that. I can be completely mediocre, and I still have a chance at it. Well, the United States is 59% white today, so 29% white men. Throw in class, even if you let half of the white men, because the other half were too poor to go anywhere, even if you let half of the white men achieve, you're down to 14.5%, 15%. Can you really afford to throw away 85% of your talent? And my answer is not in 2023. In 2023, there are too many things that have gone wrong. The environment has gone wrong. Our planet is destabilizing. We're 90 seconds to midnight, according to the doomsday clock. We have some real problems, and we're going to have more pandemics in the future. Actually, frankly, I think COVID was an easy one, and I think we got really lucky. Think of bubonic plague and smallpox. This could have gone really bad, and it just didn't. We dodged that one. What we need to be doing is we need to be harnessing our intellectual capability. And also, we need to remember something, that at some level, the preserver force has it wrong. Because the thing the preserver force is preserving was, at the time, the innovation. In other words, through the lens of history, at the end of the day, the preserver and the innovator look the same in the past. It's only now that we're upset with it and obsessed with it and freaking out. And so on that note, I ask for more balance when it comes to allowing change to happen in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy Casagranda. Our next session is titled Data Visualization, leveraging analytics for proactive government decision-making. Please join me in welcoming David McCandless, founder of Information is Beautiful.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, my name is David. I live and work in London as a data journalist and information designer. And that's just basically a fancy way of saying that I love data and information, all kinds of data and information, numbers, ideas, words, statistics, and visualizing that data and information in graphical images that anyone can understand. And then I like to go a step further and design that visualized data and information so that it reveals something interesting, or allows us to focus on what's important in the sea of data that surrounds us, or maybe drowns us. Or design it so that it tells a story. That's the data journalism part. And I think when you do that, when you gather data, you analyze it, you visualize it, you design it, you tell a story with it, strange and interesting and even quite magical things can start happening to data and information. So today I want to talk about the particular powers of data visualization, what data visualization has to offer for decision makers, policy makers, the public, and so on. I'm going to give you some examples, and hopefully by the end you'll agree with me that data visualization is beautiful. Now, while data visualization is beautiful, what it's been showing us recently in the last couple of years has not been beautiful. In the last 2 years over the pandemic, there's been a data visualization on every single newspaper front page, every single TV news report, every single website news report. Data visualization has been helping us, in a way, to see the scale of the pandemic and our response to it, our fight against it. It's helped us to see the global extent of it and also the local extent of it as well. And even decisions like where to travel and where might be safe and so on. All the different types. Or choices we might want to make about our behavior and so on. So data visualization has guided us in a sense. It's been everywhere. It's been a real support for our journey through the pandemic. And it's helped us see more clearly. And as sick as we are of seeing these charts and graphics and various visualizations, it has basically been our ally. And it's because it has certain particular powers I want to highlight for you today. So one of the powers of visualization that supports us is with our thinking, helping us with scale. It's very difficult for our minds to grasp the relative sizes of things, especially abstract things like billions. What does $1 billion look like? What does $1,000 billion, $100,000 billion? These numbers are routinely circulated in the media and in press reports and in government spending. But they're mind-bogglingly huge, these numbers, billions. They're impossible to relate to in any everyday sense. So frustrated by this, I gather a load of these numbers from various sources, New York Times, Guardian, and so on, and visualize them in this chart I call the billion-dollar-ogram. So the blocks here are sized according to the amounts, and the colors here represent the motivation behind the money. Green is revenue, pink is giving money away, and so on. So when you take big abstract data points like billions and you visualize them like this, you instantly have a different kind of relationship to them. You can literally see them. But more interestingly, you can start to see patterns and connections and links between numbers that would be scattered across multiple sources. Numbers you'd never necessarily see together. Let me just highlight some for you. Over here, we have the amount given to charity by the American people every year. Incredibly generous people, over $300 billion a year given to charity. And you can contrast that with the amount given in foreign aid by the top industrialized nations of the world, just 170 billion. This huge stack here, this is the personal wealth of some of the biggest tech titans of our age. We have Mark Zuckerberg at the top there, 128 billion. Bill Gates, 139 billion. I think I can resort to first names. Let's say Jeff at 195 billion. And Elon, I believe he's here at the show today, 277 billion. Now these are 2021 figures for their wealth, and then the markets have been very tumultuous in the last year, and these billionaires have lost around about 30 to 60% of that wealth in the last year alone. But that's just a snapshot of their wealth, and you can contrast that with the amount it would take to lift 1 billion people out of poverty, extreme poverty, 175 billion a year there. We talked about, I think Elon Musk is here at the show, and we hear a lot about his Twitter purchase, and that number, 44 billion, that acquisition, let's see that in context, in visual context. There it is, 44 billion, relationship to other big tech acquisitions of recent years. And the standout insight for me from this chart was like, what an amazing bargain Instagram and YouTube were, around about $1 billion each. Tumblr, maybe not so much. So we have these billions, and they're kind of sized like blocks. You know, I can keep adding blocks, like Lego, almost like keep adding blocks, adding numbers to this matrix, you know, to understand our spending going forward in the future, or to visualize historical figures to sort of comprehend our spending right now. So I could add, for example, to this diagram, the total eventual cost of the financial crisis, the 2008, 2009 financial crisis. So imagine in your minds how much might be taken up by that. Let me just add it. Here it is, $12,000 billion that cost to the world. And of course, right now, hopefully we're at the tail end of another global crisis, the pandemic. And to date, emergency funding and bailouts has totaled around about $10,000 billion. And that number is sure to rise when there's a final reckoning, I'm sure. But right now, it's hard to imagine a figure that's larger, a discrete figure that's larger than 12,000 billion, but even that number is small compared to the amount that we discovered is hidden in offshore tax havens by the world's richest people. $26,500 billion, that's estimated to be conservatively. So these numbers are continually emerging. We see them in headlines, but they don't make any sense unless we actually put them in some context or comparison, or we're able to see them in some way. Now, we've stepped beyond billions here. We're into the realm of trillions. 26,500 billion is, of course, 26.5 trillion. So I could take that number and situate it in a higher dimensional chart, which I like to call the trillion-dollar-ogram. There it is right there. Lots going on here, but let me just make one contrast. We've got 26.5 trillion in the center there, offshore tax havens, contrasted with the 16.5 trillion it would take for the world to move to renewable energies and stay below 2 degrees global heating or global warming. So it's one of the things I love about visualization, and the power of visualization is the ability to take these abstract celestial figures, bring them down to earth, crystallize them, visualize them so we can see them and understand them, make them clear. And that highlights another power of visualization, is about clarity. Taking something that's complex or technical or multidimensional and making it open and accessible and understandable and just more visual. So, for example, take someone like this. This is typically what you get from a blood test lab when you have a blood test. It's a clinical report, and you need a clinician or a doctor to explain it to you. So we put this through a visualization process, introduce color, visual hierarchy, highlighting, rewrote the copy, and so on. So without compromising any of the data, this document is now understandable by the clinician, the doctor, and the patient simultaneously. It's been sort of converted into this visual language, which is kind of more democratic and accessible and easier to understand. You can imagine if every government communication kind of looked like this. And the power of this, the accessibility of this, is maybe something to do with the way our minds work. You know, our eyes are incredibly sensitive to variations in color, pattern, and shape. That's the language of the eye. And there are a huge amount of neurons in our brain are just dedicated to the visual system. So if you're able to convert the language of the mind, numbers, ideas, words, messages, data, into the language of the eye, color, shape, and pattern, you're able to speak two languages simultaneously, each enhancing the other. And that's what's happening in a data visualization or information design. You've got two languages, both being shown. Now, these unite, so we've got this ability, it enhances our thinking, makes things clearer, and that can lead to an unusual response to our brains, or our hearts maybe even, and it can lead to hope. We can start to see things we can't normally perceive in our everyday, you know, slow trends, positive movements, the kind of symphony of development as our society gets better and better, improves and improves. For example, we look at clean energy. The potential solar power is incredible. We could potentially generate about 401 million megawatt hours per day from solar power globally. What does that mean? Well, here's the entirety of humanity's electricity use per day, 63 million megawatt hours. And here's how much we're potentially using of that solar power potential, 0.5%. So there are rays of hope, literal rays of hope from this domain. And snapshots like these and patterns like these and data points like these inspired me to do a whole project around this, which I call beautiful news. So in this project, we found 365 amazing, progressive, and beautiful things that were happening around the world that you can't normally see when you're fixated on the negativity of the news. These aren't newsworthy things. These are slow trends. These are beautiful upticks. These are little movements of development. So we visualize them and release a chart every single day to celebrate and surface these things. Let me just zoom in on a few. There's an amazing amount of new vaccines in the pipeline, not just the 70 or so coronavirus pandemic vaccines, but many more. And other global health stories are positive as well. The other pandemic that's been raging for years, HIV/AIDS, is now on the decline, thanks to amazing drug treatments and dedicated work from healthcare professionals. And TB as well, which we don't hear a lot about so much in the West, a massive scourge. We're seeing that decline thanks to vaccination and other great innovations. And that's led to a broader trend that is one to celebrate, I think. Extreme poverty is decreasing around the world. Slowly but surely, we're chopping that away. And this graph is a little bit deceptive. You see this gap between 2010 and 2017, 16% to 9.3%. That's the equivalent of 275,000 people being released from extreme poverty per day. Per day. And alongside that, we have increases in support from infrastructure, more and more people getting electricity, 340,000 a day equivalent. And that's led to beautiful trends, unmistakable trends like these. Life expectancy in Africa soaring, moving, going up, and then broader, widening the scope, a wider shot of something. Infant mortality, fewer children are dying. The percent of children dying before the age of 5 has tumbled. 100 years ago, 1 in 3 children died before the age of 5. Now, it's 1 in 35. That is a beautiful achievement. So evidence of our progress. So that also points to another power of visualization. We can support the science or see the evidence. That can help decision-making, it can help in our lives, it can help in our movement as a civilization. But on a personal note, it particularly helped me a few years ago. I decided I got a massive health kick, basically. I decided I was going to live to 150 years old by taking loads of supplements, goji berries, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D, and so on. Optimize my diet. But of course, I started looking at the data, and of course, one day, vitamin C's the best thing you can take, the next day too much of it causes cancer or whatever. So frustrated by this, I gathered all the evidence for all nutritional supplements, and I visualized them in this chart I call a balloon race. So the higher up the diagram, the more evidence there is for a supplement, and the size of the bubbles is like the popularity, like a simple Google index. And this is clinical grade evidence, so large placebo-controlled trials, and so on. So looked at 3,500 studies. So I felt like I could draw a line in the diagram and say, okay, these supplements are worth taking, but only for the conditions listed in the bubbles. There are no universal panaceas here. And these supplements are perhaps not worth taking because the evidence is, inconclusive to non-existent. And about 78% of all supplements sit below this line in this $60 billion global industry. Now, I'm having a little trouble presenting this to you. It doesn't quite fit on a slide. In fact, it just occupies 2 pages of a book that I created of these graphics. But again, it points to another power of visualization. There is so much research, so much evidence, so much data in this chart, but it's been squeezed and compressed into a small space, just like 2 pages of a book. So visualization is like the MP3 of knowledge. You can compress a huge amount of understanding into a tiny space. And because I've read all the studies and processed all the data, you don't have to. So you can take this image in as you might a photograph or a landscape. You can kind of drink in the data. It becomes delicious, delectable, delightful even. And talking about data, obviously every single image you see has a companion data set, and it means that I can treat the data as a platform and make the data into something that I can play with, become interactive, experimental, exploratory. So here's the interactive version of that chart. It spawns itself from the data sheet, so new evidence comes out, you can quickly add it, and it ripples out and ripples online, so the data is alive. And because it's interactive, you can ask it questions. Is there anything effective for diabetes? Maybe cancer. Could there be something I could take for cancer, and so on? Or roll over a bubble, get more info, click on a bubble, you're taken to the next slide, and so on. I used a similar approach for data breaches, a terrible fear and scourge of every country and organization and company in the world. These are some of the biggest ones of the last few years. And you can see here you can explore and find your own stories in the data. Like if we search by, filter by health, you can see 2009, 2010, a really bad time for healthcare industry, getting hacked there. And in recent years, it's healthcare insurers that have been hit. So I can swim through this data, I can play with this data, and that's why this year we ran the World Data Visualization Prize, and we put a strong emphasis on interactive entries. We gave data sets to people, and we asked them, the community, to invent and create and innovate. We had hundreds of entries, many of them interactive, where you could just explore, swim through, filter, find your own stories, your insights, multi-dimensional charts. And you can see through kind of clarity and some of the qualities I mentioned, clarity and beauty and interactivity and playfulness, opening up what could be sort of boring data sets and tables and spreadsheets, the things we see every day, and bringing them making them alive, making them become alive, almost organic, almost, you know, like nature almost. Beautiful work there. And you can see some of the winners and the finalists in the lobby. So, just some of the amazing powers of visualization. And they all unite. You know, it allows us to see more clearly, allow us to support our thinking, bring us hope. We can see all the evidence, support the science, and play with it. And the net result of that is a kind of emergent quality or a central property of visualization, which is understanding. We can suddenly see what we couldn't see before. Our minds are clear. And it's particularly helpful in areas where, you know, we get foggy or we get blurred. For example, I would put the sort of political realm of that, the sort of left and right political spectrum. So this image is a concept map. So it shows how political ideas percolate down from governments into society and culture, into families and individuals and back round in a cycle, a political cycle. And again, like the billions at the beginning, through contrast and comparison, you can tease out the differences, subtle or not so subtle, between each side. And that's helpful because, especially in the political domain, when we don't know something about the other side, we tend to fill it with our projections, or our caricatures, or our biases. So it's helpful to be able to see what the other side stands for. Like, for example, on the left, it's about fair trade. But on the right, there's a focus on free trade. There's a difference. The goal at the heart of the left is personal freedom for everyone. But the goal at the heart of the right is economic freedom for everyone. There's a difference. And it's helpful because sometimes both sides, they speak about the same thing, but they mean different things. You know, they have conceptual differences. So, for example, equality on the left means a level playing field for everyone. But equality on the right means opportunity for everyone. Freedom on the left is freedom from power and abuse. But freedom on the right means the freedom to succeed or fail, to bootstrap yourself, to do it yourself. So both sides, they stand for equality and they fight for freedom, but they're standing and fighting for slightly different concepts. And it's maybe sometimes where the conflict comes in between them. Now, I have to admit, I felt a little conflicted making this image. You know, I'm a journalist, a writer, I've written for The Guardian and so on, and I noticed as I was making this image, I really wanted that left-hand side to sound better than the right-hand side, you know? But I couldn't do that. I would have created something that was visibly lopsided, visibly biased. So as part of my process of making this image, I really had to step into that right-hand side and really honor the perspectives there, and realize at the same time how much of myself was actually in that side. It's kind of uncomfortable to recognize that, but it wasn't too uncomfortable because ultimately I was just looking at an image. There's something unthreatening about an image. You know, if somebody tells me about my political views or about their political views, I might feel like I have to turn away or shut down. But if I see somebody's political views, I can somehow let that in. I can, you know, I'm open to that. And there's a clue in the language. You know, when you say to someone, "Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I see where you're coming from." You're telling them that somehow you've mentally visualized their viewpoint and you can relate to it. You don't have to agree with it, but somehow you can relate to it and open to it and maybe let that in. So maybe there's a role for visualization in what feels like sometimes these more polarized or divided times, to be able to see where somebody is coming from and see what they think. And that, to me, is beautiful. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. David Candelis. Our final session is titled Breakthrough Technologies, Government's Role in Promoting Research and Development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Eric Anderson, Chairman and CEO of Singularity Group.
I guess I get to be last. It's always the best thing. Everybody's like, where do I get to go next? But it's a real pleasure to be here. Back in the Middle East, I've been coming frequently for the last couple of years, so we'll get started. It's going to work. Here we go. Maybe. I'm going to go back. Hold on 1 second. How many of you have heard of Singularity University? Okay, good. The video is going to be helpful then. We believe that innovation company that believes technology and entrepreneurship can solve the world's greatest challenges. Ooh, we're going to see. Doesn't seem to want to go, does it? There we go. It's founded by Peter Diamandis and Ray Kurzweil. Some of you may have book Abundance or read about the Singularity. That's what Peter and Ray founded this company on. I don't know if the video is going to work. I'm going to give you a challenge of living in an exponential age. Right now, just to start, I've sat here and watched the speakers. One of the things that happens in an exponential age is distraction. That's driven by data. So this today, 2.5 quintillion bits of data will be created. A lot of that's on your cell phones. So here we are in person. We didn't do Zoom. We got a lot of Zoom, right, during the pandemic. And yet, in a place where we're come together, we fly all the way here together, we say we want to be a community, we want to work together, we want to be present, right? 25% of you will be on your phone right now. Literally 25% of you will be on your phone right now. I can see everybody doing it because it's something important, right? What that tells you is exponential and data is intrusive every minute of your life. It is one of the great challenges. It's sort of funny. I've asked people, we have 15 minutes, actually 16 minutes and 42 seconds, right, before whatever you're going to do. Can we be a community for 15 minutes? Can we disconnect? Can we put our phone down? Can we do all these sort of things? Because we all came here, right, to be together. I mean, that's why I'm here. Wanted to meet all of you. Maybe you wanted to meet me, etc. But I just like to come up with very concrete, simple ways to describe to you what happens in an information chaotic environment and how, while it's incredibly powerful, and how about the last speaker, right, the data visualization, it's so important, and yet it keeps us from ourselves, even when in a stated way, when we come all the way here, buy tickets and sit down. So it's quite interesting to me. Big message about Singularity and about this, you can rely on exponential change. You can rely on exponential change. You can look at this data, you can see these sort of things have combined all the way through, you can see how fast it's going. As a government, as a policy person in government, as a leader, this is crucial. Not only can you rely on it, you can maybe even be afraid of it, or you can use it to your advantage. This is the most, in some ways to us, the most foundational element of the work we do and the message, right, that we would leave with you. I happen to think about exponential change and thinking about it in the pandemic problem, right? When we looked at this and we said the pandemic occurred and we were slow, we were kind of slow to realize that the pandemic's an exponential problem. We know it's an exponential problem. In the absence of vaccines on the shelf, there was probably one solution, not a solution, there was one response to an exponential problem. All the smart people, we worked on it, we thought about it, right? And the solution to slow it down was to put every airplane in the world on the ground. Because the pandemic and that little virus is cute or dangerous, but it doesn't fly very fast, right? We had this huge challenge in our minds of saying, let's put airplanes on the ground, let's slow ship down. We just want to slow things down. And against an exponential challenge, you want to just, at the minute, slow things down. It gives you an idea of how we don't rely on exponential. And if we think about the challenge that we don't want to use, right, an exponential thinking, exponential mindset to identify it clearly. That is not to say that that would have been the answer. Maybe changed a whole bunch. Probably would have saved a lot of lives. Would have thought that, we might have gotten ahead of some things a little bit. But it was in an exponential game, or if you're a chess player, like some of us are, right? You have to find the best move. That was probably the best move at the moment. It wasn't the best move if you were realizing, right, that you were going to face exponential challenges. Those are two different things. The only way to face an exponential challenge is, like we've talked about, I've heard it brought up many times, we're going to have more viruses and more things, right? Is to develop both, very smart vaccines. We're going to have to use a lot of technology, M&AR technology, all these things. So we have to do that. Why? Because you can rely on exponential change called viruses and everything else. If you face the challenge, if you don't have those things, then you have to analyze it as an exponential problem and realize the weakness in the exponential challenge you face. And the weakness in the exponential challenge that we face with the virus was what? It can't go anywhere. Right? So it's just a way of thinking and identify. So if you rely and you know that the exponential challenge is coming, it forms public policy. If you don't get public policy, then you have to think about the weakness of the exponential challenge. Organizations, tomorrow's organizations, think exponentially, not in a linear fashion. Another unnatural act. I want to tell you this is an unnatural act for humans because evolution is slow. We live in the linear. I was born in 1958. You know the bad thing about 1958? When you go through the thing on the, where you say when you were born, on those little apps or things you do, you have to keep spinning to get to the bottom, right? Yeah, you're 12, I'm old. So what happens is I worry I'm going to fall off. I'm going to get to the point and they go, sorry, you can't fill out any more of these forms. You've fallen off the list. I don't know when that's going to happen to me, but I am worried. In my life, the world was linear and normal, right? A normal distribution. Things went like this, and it was a normal distribution. That, by the way, kept me getting fired several times because the person who puts up the hockey stick misses the goals, and then you get fired, and you don't get to stand up here 40 years later, I think. But that is not the world we live in. You have to adopt this exponential curve as the fundamental planning tool that you use as a government, right? As individuals, as parents. You have to get across. And it is unnatural because nothing we do, we experience very few things in an exponential way. So you must embrace this. I haven't figured out 100% ways to get everybody to embrace it. We pound on it. We give you examples all the time. But if you could leave today and thinking about this is, right, inevitable, the exponential you rely on is going to happen. And then you have to start thinking about seeing it. One way I look like, if people don't bring me charts and graphs or things when they're thinking about their organizations, if people don't show me some things that fit exponentially, I'll actually ask them to go back, can we go check for an exponential curve or an exponential idea in the project you've been working on? So what are the challenges for governments in this, or any of us? So we'll play with this. So 6 core challenges you can think about: economy, healthcare, education, climate, which includes energy, safety, and trust, right? In a world of exponential change, everything seems a little scary, a little chaotic, and a little unnerving. Governments and structures of governments and whatever form they came, whatever principles are used, and I'd like to think we have great respect for any principles that can be used because they're all in a way designed to do the same things, give people a stable place under which they can work and thrive, You know, they have historical context. But this exponential change makes it incredibly difficult. So in the economy, and I think we heard 2 speakers ago, in fact, talk about people want to like keep the brakes on. 1960s were great. We love the 50s. You have the United States. Well, no kidding. We came out of World War II. Everybody else had had a lot of trouble. We had sat on our side of the island and sort of produced a lot of things, but nobody had bombed us or done anything like this. Well, of course, the 60s looked pretty good when you come out of 1945, and that's your relative playing field. But this change and disruption now means that thinking about the economy is very difficult. What is that? What's the key word probably to think about the economy in that environment? Is agility. And thinking in terms of decision rules, not prediction. So agility and decision rules against certain goals and ideas will be a very important way of dealing with the challenge of your economy. What are some innovation challenges that we happen when you're in the government? Reaction. I don't know if proaction is a word, it's one we use, but who knows, it might make it. But you need to not be reactive. It goes back to just this simple idea. We're looking at exponential change. We know it's coming. We know it's happening and experience it. How do we look ahead and think to that? Reaction in an exponential environment is not good. It's actually not a bad strategy in a more linear environment, right? Because then the first movers or the first people to make mistakes, maybe they lose money or something happens, and you can regroup, look at those learnings without having expended resources, and therefore go forward, on that basis. That is not a good strategy in the exponential world. The value of learning quickly is quickly resorted because you get ahead of that curve, and at the end, right, even if it looks close and you're both on that curve, you end up, by the shape of that curve, right, you end up most market share, most good health quickly by moving forward. I want to talk about another one down here on innovation challenges. The tyranny of voting. Our phones, which we're not using right now. By the way, if we took a test, we can't help ourselves. I mean, I almost wanted to do this, right? I'm like, you're so nice, but I want to know what happened. My daughter could have, said something to me. I could share it with you. But this thing, we have still not figured out. Right? We do not know when you have data at our fingertips and we can vote, what that means. We like voting. We all like to vote. But this tyranny of voting, is it 51% for, how this sort of comes together, complex voting systems, you don't like candidate A, you get a vote for 3, and we rotate all their things. We haven't figured out, how the tyranny of voting. It's been written about for a long time in academic writing and in political theory writing, but it's actually on us now. And we know the problem of voting, right, that we can see it in the United States, is that you can be distracted by current emotion and current noise and inaccurate data, right, to manipulate results, which we would know with, good thought and good data that aren't correct. I'm not going to go all of these. Obviously, climate, we know these things. We have lots of solutions coming. So how does a government work? You need to be purpose-driven. I think the UAE and other countries here in the Middle East I'm particularly excited about are seeing very clear purpose. You have to embrace innovation. The last speaker said that very well. You have to lean into this. If you're doing this, things are not going to go well. And you have to empower your people. And we see good examples of that in the world, around this region again, I think with some really fine leadership, right? Where people are saying, we need everybody working on this. So this is why. You have to start with why all the time. I'm building my country, I'm freeing my people, I'm curing, a bad disease for children. You have to have why. Why is that important? Because what it does, right, it gives you this sense of purpose. And purpose sees through chaos, sees through dramatic change, sees through distraction, right? We know that. What's a great example of that? A family is actually a great example of purpose. I have children. I know, fundamental purpose. I want my children to do well. Along the way, right, I ask them to do dishes. They do important things, right, very important things. If they make a mistake on dishes, I do not say to them, that's it, I'm done with you. You're worthless, you can't do the dishes, right? Our goal as a family was not to be the best dishwashing family in history. We can get our dishes done in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. They get away perfectly clean and all that sort of thing. It's an important lesson, right? We could talk about the trends of our dishwashing capabilities, and with my children, some of my children are better, but it's not the why. It's just the lesson. It's just something we do to get by. So I want you to feel how important that sense of purpose is in an exponential changing world, and in a world where there's a lot of chaos and a lot of disruption, because we know where we're going. If we just had an experience of that last night, talking to someone, a colleague of mine in the audience, and I said over and over, can you just tell me the one thing we're trying to do here? I know you have 67 slides, but what's the one thing? That's the why. You have to empower your organization and your people, right? You have to give them that are so excited about innovation that you look for it all the time. One of the best techniques to do this in a government or in a company is don't be confused by the people who are running the largest department or making the most money as being necessarily the people who are going to think about innovation for you. They're delivering, right? If I'm running a big business right now, or big department, health or human welfare or the energy world, I'm busy. I'm busy executing and delivering. I'm not necessarily thinking about innovation. As a way. So what I think about in organizations now is not just creating, my thought leadership group. Not the execution group, not the people delivering budgets, but the thought leadership. And if I find those people, we give ourselves wide latitude to think about the future and long term all the time, knowing that we're executing. If we do this, we know that exponential is coming, right? We empower our people, we find a North Star. Then these are your UN goals. We probably recognize the UN goals. We can do this. We can find solutions. We can collaborate. We can sit in a meeting without our phones for 15 minutes while we focus on an important issue, knowing the principles behind us. Our vision, right? A world of abundance created by future makers working together to solve the world's greatest challenges. Working together, using these principles, will solve the greatest challenges.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The Built Environment in the Context of Climate Change. Please join me in welcoming Prince Rahim Agha Khan, Chairman of Environment and Climate Committee of the Agha Khan Development.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, and to His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Alama, Director General of the Prime Minister's Office, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, and Director of the World Government Summit Organization, for inviting me to speak today. Since its founding a decade ago, this summit has enabled the exchange of ideas to advance progress on an array of complex and profound global challenges. The people invited here have the power to influence events, to do great things, and to shape the future, and it is a privilege to join them at this summit. We are all here to engage in focused and ongoing dialogue about the complexities and trade-offs of such progress, because only through dialogue can we ensure that we make well-informed and wise decisions for the betterment of all our societies. Looking through this lens, as Chair of the Environment and Climate Change Committee of the Agha Khan Development Network, I would like to talk about urbanization in the developing world against the backdrop of climate change. People are on the move like never before. We are fast becoming an urban world, and the scale and pace of this change is breathtaking. By the middle of this century, it is estimated that 8 out of 10 people will live in cities, with much of this urbanization taking place in the developing world. How we plan, design, and manage cities in the developing world, therefore, will be of vital importance both for our fragile planet and for humanity. In this time of rapid and often unplanned urbanization, I would like to touch on 3 particularly daunting areas of challenge for us now and in the future: infrastructure, health, and emissions. First, infrastructure. As cities quickly expand, there is a risk that their infrastructure will fall further behind the increased needs of their growing populations, and that the expansion will not happen in an environmentally sustainable way. As we look at the future of urban planning, we must put clean infrastructure at the heart of the design and development process if we want any chance of mitigating further global warming. This means designing buildings which minimize heat gain or loss, using green building materials and rooftop solar panels in all future construction, prioritizing walking and cycling paths, and ensuring that there is safe, quick, and reliable public transport that is powered by clean energy, among other imperatives. In essence, putting sustainability into the heart of our urban infrastructure must become a core requirement as we move forward. Second, health. Throughout the last centuries, the health of city dwellers increasingly benefited from better access to education and health care, improved living conditions, and targeted public health interventions. But today, that benefit is less apparent, with hundreds of millions of urban dwellers lacking adequate sanitation or access to clean water, threatened by heat stress, air pollution, or suffering the effects of air and waterborne disease, all exacerbated by climate change. Recognizing these issues and devising public policy and service responses to address them will become increasingly important. Finally, emissions. Although our cities occupy just 3% of the Earth's land, they account for 80% of the energy consumption and at least 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. Because cities play such a massive role in the coming decades, they need not only to anticipate and adapt to climate change, but they must also contribute to its mitigation. We must rapidly and intentionally reduce greenhouse gas emissions from urban centers, as well as use every available solution to draw down greenhouse gases already emitted. And here, research and technology hold huge promise to deliver on that reduction if they're championed by inspired and enlightened governments, businesses, and civil society all working together. So how to ensure that global city design incorporates resilience and a sustainable foundation in the future? On an environmental level, we need to ensure that energy is produced and natural resources and land are used in a sustainable manner. And on a governance level, strong leadership and competent management is key. We need integrated approaches to issues around urban planning and dialogue to drive good decision-making. On both these levels, environmental and governance, the power of partnership will be paramount. Government, business, and civil society must work together to unlock the best possible future for our cities. At the Outcome Development Network, we have first-hand experience of the value of successful partnership between government, business, and civil society. For several decades now, the AKDN has been engaged in preserving, restoring, and developing the built environment, historic buildings and public places of practical and cultural significance. Our work is always rooted in Islamic ethics and tradition. The Quran teaches us that as God's noblest creation, humankind is entrusted with the stewardship of all that is on earth, and that each generation must leave for its successors a wholesome and healthy social and physical environment. Stewardship of the environment, care for the natural world, sharing of resources, recognition of beauty as a divine blessing, and environmental ethic are the principles that help guide the planning of early Muslim cities. So in our contemporary efforts, the goal has not been simply to honor past cultural milestones, but also to create an environmentally sustainable basis for economic and social progress. One example of this work is the Al-Azhar Park project in Cairo. Created on the site of a garbage dump, it was developed to provide a new space that could make a major positive contribution to the quality of the lives of people in Cairo. The park was opened in 2005 as part of a larger urban rehabilitation initiative, which has delivered education and health services, monument restoration, infrastructure upgrading, vocational training, and microcredit to the area. As a result of the project, we have found that family earnings have increased 1/3 faster than in the other areas of Old Cairo. Literacy has climbed by 25%, and over 20 million people have visited the park to date. Covering 81 acres in a densely populated metropolis, the park provides a place where citizens can take in the serene beauty, find refuge from the summer heat, and breathe clean air amidst vegetation that sequesters 750 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. This is a shining example of what sustainability-minded partnership can unblock for urban populations. It is our hope that we can share our experience with more partners in the future to help create environments where urban communities are set up to thrive in harmony with the natural world. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum, the World Government Summit, is a fantastic opportunity to raise our common ambitions, to share big ideas, and to inspire positive action in global city design to build a better, more harmonious, and more environmentally sustainable future for humanity and our planet. It is a true honor to be part of writing this next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness, for this main address.
الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لمعالي الدكتور محمد سليمان الجاسر، رئيس مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman Al-Jasir, Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Dubai, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to express the Islamic Development Bank's and my heartfelt condolences to our brothers and sisters in Syria and Turkey for the suffering they have borne because of the earthquakes. May Allah have mercy on those who perished and have mercy on those who will recover, inshallah. Our prayers go to them. Let me first express my sincere thanks and gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President of the United Arab Emirates and Prime Minister and the ruler of Dubai for the opportunity to speak to you today. Secondly, I wish to applaud the vision to bring the worlds together through this formal platform to shape the future of governments. At the Islamic Development Bank Group, we attach great significance to these meetings, which provide an avenue to analyze the critical development challenges affecting the world and how to address them. I am happy to share some insights on the impact of the regulatory frameworks and governance on socio-economic development and investment. Reassessing this key issue is akin to revisiting the fundamentals of long-term economic development. Today, we view it against heightened global turbulence and uncertainty. Indeed, the world economy is still facing the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and suffering from the repercussions of the crisis in Eastern Europe, with persistent inflationary pressures, threats of food and energy crises, high uncertainty, and tight financial conditions. Against this background, fears of global recession and stagflation have been mounting among economists and business leaders. At this juncture of the competing and compelling priorities, global leaders and decision-makers need to keep abreast of the fundamentals and imperatives of long-term economic development. It goes without saying that the investment in physical, human, and social capital, as well as in technology to build competitiveness and spur lasting growth, is imperative. Such investments should be geared towards ensuring sustainability, equity, and inclusiveness. Indeed, they should harness and embrace digital transformation, build on the public, private, and civil society partnerships, and respond to the environmental, social, and governance standards. I firmly believe that the success of these long-term investments hinge on one crucial factor, which is governance. Beyond the neoclassical growth model, modern theory highlights the critical role of institutions in explaining development performance. In their book, Why Nations Fail, published in 2012, Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson use decades of institutional data to prove that development failures is intrinsically related to the failure of governance. On the other hand, evidence has shown a robust positive relationship between an improved regulatory environment and aggregate investment, and thus economic growth. Countries stand to gain from a broad push for streamlining business regulations and procedures. Actually, macroeconomic and structural policies, when coupled with good governance, promote an enabling environment which fosters rapid and sustained economic growth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, regulatory framework and governance should ensure market transparency and efficiency, thereby addressing market failures by using suitable incentive mechanisms. Needless to say, when the regulatory framework is weak or poorly implemented, it can slow business responsiveness, divert resources away from productive investments, hamper market access, reduce job creation, and discourage entrepreneurship. In the same vein, clarity and stability are at the core of investment decision-making, as investors generally tend to avoid unpredictable and unstable environments, particularly when large capital requirements are involved. Here, I am tempted to rephrase the famous proverb, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away," into "A dose of unpredictability a day keeps the investors away." I hasten to add that an effective regulatory framework is not a one-size-fits-all. Regulatory frameworks should reflect and adjust to the domestic socio-political context. However, they must meet three intertwined critical criteria: clarity, agility, and effectiveness. In a proper environment, agility goes hand in hand with good governance, and governance should not be at the expense of efficiency and effectiveness. To reconcile this, technology can help with process re-engineering. We have seen how some emerging economies have succeeded in establishing special economic zones with well-designed regulatory frameworks and governance structures, thus attracting foreign direct investment in competitive activities and high-growth sectors. The regulatory design of these zones may be borrowed as a template to spur growth in other sectors. Sound regulatory framework and good governance are not a one-off event, nor are they a panacea for the ills of sustainable development. Rather, they are important tools to help lay down the necessary rules which nourish fair and efficient conditions underlying sustainable prosperity, peace, and stability. Excellencies, distinguished participants, as the president of a multilateral development institution whose member countries are either emerging or developing economies spanning 4 continents, I recognize how government effectiveness makes a big difference in development effectiveness. In fact, when government strategies, rules, and regulations are well designed, explained, and implemented, and when institutions uphold property rights, transparency, and accountability, resources are then optimally allocated. This builds trust between governments and investors, domestic and foreign alike, hence promoting economic growth. In many of our member countries, we have seen how this has led to qualitative transformation, significantly reducing poverty and improving the living conditions of the population. We have also seen how many of our rich resource member countries have broken the so-called natural resource curse, according to which countries endowed with natural resources perform worse economically than countries endowed with few natural resources. Actually, these countries have performed well thanks to good governance, sound policies, and a solid institutional framework backed by sound leadership. In the context of our deliberations at this 2023 World Government Summit, what matters most is how effective governments are at building trust that promotes investment and economic growth. Government effectiveness is achieved by a strong leadership that pursues good governance, develops sound and predictable policies, and builds solid institutional frameworks. In many developing countries, regulatory reform will take time, as it needs to break decades or even centuries of institutional fragility that has been ingrained in socio-cultural practices. This raises the urgency of reform in governance, and the time to act is now. Thank you very much for your attention. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معاليكم على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لسمو الشيخ أحمد نواف الأحمد الصباح، رئيس وزراء دولة الكويت.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Nawaf Al-Ahmad Al-Sabah, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء وحاكم دبي، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نجتمع اليوم في أبرز حدث عالمي يناقش سبل التعاون بين الحكومات لدعم جهود التنمية العالمية، ويتشرف مستقبل الإنسان في ظل عالم يموج بالتغييرات المضطربة. إن هذا التجمع العالمي والذي جاء تحت شعار استشراف مستقبل الحكومات يعكس الرؤية الحكيمة والنظرة الثاقبة للقيادة الرشيدة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة، التي تمكنت رغم التحديات من تقديم نسخة استثنائية حظيت بإعجاب واهتمام العالم أجمع. وفي هذه المناسبة لا يفوتني إلا أن أجدد الثناء لكافة الجهود الوطنية المبذولة التي ساهمت بالإعداد والترتيب والتجهيز المميز لهذا التجمع العالمي، مثمنين دعوة سموكم الكريمة بأن أكون متواجد معكم اليوم ضمن أعمال القمة التاسعة، آملين أن تحظى أعمال قمتنا هذه بالنجاح والتوفيق لما تمثله من منارة عالمية ومنصة معرفية دولية تهدف إلى مواجهة التحديات المتسارعة التي تواجه حكوماتنا اليوم، لا سيما في ظل الأوضاع الاستثنائية غير المسبوقة التي يواجهها العالم، والتي تتطلب عملاً جماعياً لمواجهتها والتصدي لها. ولا يفوتني باسم حكومة وشعب الكويت أن أتقدم لشعب الجمهورية العربية السورية وحكومة وشعب الجمهورية التركية بأسمى آيات التعازي لضحايا الزلزال الذي وقع بهما، سائلين الله عز وجل أن يتغمد الضحايا بواسع رحمته ويلهم ذويهم الصبر والسلوان ويمن على الجرحى بالصحة والعافية. كما نؤكد دعم كافة جهود الإغاثة حتى تستقر الأوضاع بهما بإذن الله. إننا نجتمع اليوم في ظل تحديات عديدة وظروف دقيقة واستثنائية تواجه المنطقة والعالم، تقودها مسألة عالمية جديدة وضعت حكومات العالم أمام خيارات صعبة أزاء كيفية التعامل مع تداعياتها وتلبية متطلباتها على نحو يجعل من مبدأ التفكير في مستقبل نماذج الحكومات من الضروريات الحتمية في وقتنا المعاصر، وفي مقدمتها نموذج الحكومات المعرفية لأكثر قدرة على حل المشكلات ومواجهة التحديات وإدارة الأزمات وتعزيز الريادة التنافسية والتنوع الاقتصادي. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، لقد زاد الاهتمام بموضوع نموذج الحكومات المستقبلية بعد اتساع دائرة المسألة العالمية الجديدة التي تتسم بالتناقضات ما بين أزمات وصراعات وثورة معرفية ومعلومية ورقمية متسارعة تقود نماذج أعمال مبتكرة غير محدودة وعقوداً وتعاملات ذكية مبنية على تقنيات متطورة تتيح تطبيقات وحلول مستقبلية بآفاق تتسع للعديد من المجالات كالاقتصادية والاستشارية والطاقة ومدن المستقبل والسياحة والأسواق المعرفية والخدمات التعليمية والصحية والتعاملات المالية والإدارية والتطبيقات السيبرانية التي تنطلق من بيئة أعمال مشفرة لا مركزية، علاوة على تعاقب الأزمات الاقتصادية والمالية وما ترتب عليها من مخاطر ذات تداعيات وآثار عمقت من جسامة التغيير المناخي وصعوبة مكافحة الفقر وندرة المياه واستنزاف الموارد وغيرها من الأزمات التي خلقت عالماً يتسم بالغموض والمخاطر والتفاعل اللحظي والتغيير السريع في مشهد شكل فضاء دولياً جديداً غير مسبوق ونقطة تحول جوهرية في مفهوم العمل الحكومي ضمن دائرة التنافس والتكامل والتفاعل الدولي والإقليمي. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، لقد خطت دولة الكويت خطوات واثقة نحو تنفيذ خططها وبرنامجها الحكومية لتحقيق رؤية دولة الكويت 2035 في تحويلها إلى مركز مالي وتجاري إقليمي وعالمي جاذب للاستثمار، واتخذت إجراءات جادة نحو تسريع التحول التكنولوجي والرقمي والتقني وتطوير بيئة العمل والهياكل الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية بما يتواكب مع طموحاتها التنموية ويتفق مع مبادئ وأهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030. وعلى الصعيد الدولي فقد حققت دولة الكويت إنجازاً علمياً جديداً تمثل في إطلاق أول قمر صناعي لها من ولاية فلوريدا الأمريكية، ويأتي هذا المشروع نتيجة تعاون علمي بين جامعة الكويت وتمويل من مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي تحت شعار الكويت إلى الفضاء، وذلك بعد عمل دؤوب استمر لمدة 3 سنوات بفريق كويتي شاب، وهو أيضاً نتاج تعاون إقليمي مع مركز الشيخ محمد بن راشد للفضاء، وتعاون عالمي مع جامعة بوردر في ولاية كولورادو وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أجدد الشكر والتقدير على هذه الدعوة وعلى الجهود المبذولة لإنجاح هذا التجمع العالمي للحكومات، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سمو الشيخ أحمد نواف الأحمد الصباح رئيس وزراء دولة الكويت على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Highness, for this main address. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Future-Proofing Labour Markets, Preparing for a Rapidly Changing World. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Gilbert Humbo, Director General of the International Labour Organization.
Your Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President of the United Arab Emirates, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation for being invited to this 10th World Government Summit. 2 years ago, in 2021, when the world was still battling the COVID-19 pandemic, the International Labour Conference, ILC, adopted the global call to action for a human-centered recovery that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Today, at a time where the world is facing multiple challenges, it is time for increased solidarity within and across nations. Today, this summit could not be more pertinent. According to our ILO most recent reports, global employment growth will be just 1% in 2023, less than half the level it was in 2022. And the global unemployment is projected to rise by 3 million in 2023 to 208 million, and roughly the same amount in 2024. In addition, decent work deficit very likely, unfortunately, will remain. We estimated that 473 million will have liked to have a job in 2022, but did not have one. This is what we call the global job gap. Of these, 205 million are actively searching for a job and are classified what we commonly know as unemployed. The remaining 268 million people are not actively searching for a job for several reasons. We know 2 billion workers are in the informal economy. 214 million workers live in extreme poverty. And progress in reducing poverty is too slow in part of the world. The number of working poor is increasing in low-income countries. So let us make no mistake. Our collective goal of a sustainable, human-centered recovery founded on a social justice is under threat. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a cause of concern, and if I may even say of an alarm, because behind these statistics are people. Behind these statistics are families and communities. It is those living in middle and low-income economies who are suffering the most, deepening inequalities within and among nations. Geopolitical conflicts, inflation, monetary tightening, and great uncertainty are but some of the factors depressing the outlook for labor markets. High food and energy price inflation, along with rising interest rates, are further complicating daily life of workers and small businesses. All of this is putting additional pressure on labor markets around the world and is pushing social progress backward. But while the picture is bleak and the outlook uncertain, we must not lose sight of our vision for a better future of work. And in the search of sustainable solutions to these current and long-term challenges, there is a common denominator: the need for social justice. That's because the issues we are facing in the world of work are not just about numbers on a page, they are about charts, ledgers of profit and loss. Even when we talk about labor markets, we are in some way missing the point, because in essence, all these challenges are about people. That's why social justice is about. That's what social justice is about: giving people equality of opportunity, the right to a dignified life, the chance to live in fair and peaceful societies. Decent work, such as access to jobs, right at work, social protection, and social dialogue, is key to advancing social justice. Investing in social protection systems, as envisaged by the ILO Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protections, such investment will prevent millions of families from falling into poverty and will bring millions out of poverty. The skilling and reskilling of workers will create opportunities out of technological change and a just green transition. I seize this opportunity to praise the effort of the UAE government to upscale its workforce. Indeed, for government and economies to stay competitive, workers need to be empowered by acquiring up-to-date skills and understanding of emerging trends in the sectors in which they work. Investing in the people's capabilities help preparing them for the future transformations in the world of work, and positively affect performance, services, and productivity. The ILO Constitution represents the most ambitious social contract in history. As we look to the future, we need governments, employers, and workers' organizations to reinvigorate their social contract to meet the challenge we face. They must ensure that working people receive a just share of economic progress, protection against risk, and respect for their rights, in return for their continuing contribution to the economy. Social justice, development, and economic growth are not mutually exclusive. They are inextricably linked. They are dovetailed. However, none will be achieved unless we work together. We need the commitment of the entire multilateral system, bilaterals, partners, and stakeholders to fight inequality, exclusion, and marginalization. To this end, ILO will launch a global coalition for social justice later this year, together with a wide range of partners. The coalition will build on that commitment to the SDGs to ensure that social justice is prioritized in national and global policy making, development cooperation, and in financial, trade, and investment agreements. Skeptics may say that it will be impossible for all these groups to come together. But I really want to believe that it will not be easy, but it is possible. We saw how countries working together when they faced challenges such as COVID-19 pandemic. The fact is that we cannot afford not to. What is needed is commitment. What is needed is action. Without both, social justice will be just another slogan, and we cannot afford it. So I count on all of you for this cause. Thank you so much.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع لكلمة رئيسية لمعالي نجلاء بودن رمضان، رئيسة حكومة الجمهورية التونسية.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Nejla Bouden Ramadan, Head of Government, Republic of Tunisia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس الدولة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، حاكم دبي، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة. إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أكون اليوم بينكم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة للمشاركة في القمة العالمية للحكومات، تلبية لدعوة كريمة من أخي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم. ولا يفوتني بهذه المناسبة أن أنقل تحيات سيادة رئيس الجمهورية الأستاذ قيس سعيد إلى صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة، وأن أشيد بما تحقق في هذا البلد العربي الأصيل من معالم النهضة الشاملة والتقدم، تكريساً لرؤية المؤسس الأب الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، لقد شكلت القمة العالمية للحكومات منذ تأسيسها سنة 2013 منصة للتحاور بين حكومات العالم ومحطة هامة لقراءة التوجهات العالمية المستقبلية والاستعداد لمجابهة الأزمات القادمة من خلال الاستشراف وبناء القدرات والمرونة في الأداء والابتكار. وإن قمتنا اليوم تأتي في ظرف إقليمي ودولي بالغ التعقيد نتيجة استمرار تداعيات جائحة كوفيد-19 وآثار الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية وما سببته من تفاقم في أزمة الغذاء والطاقة، إضافة طبعاً إلى التغييرات المناخية والكوارث الطبيعية وتعدد بؤر النزاعات وتفاقم اللجوء والهجرة غير النظامية. كل هذه التغيرات التي نعيشها اليوم ستؤثر بلا أدنى شك على السياسات العالمية المستقبلية التي يجب أن تصاغ في إطار التضامن الدولي والأخذ بعين الاعتبار للتفاوت التنموي بين الدول، وبالتالي بين جاهزية الحكومات وكيفية مجابهتها لتحديات المستقبل. فالحكومات وإن كانت تعول على مجهوداتها الوطنية الذاتية بدرجة أولى، فإنها بحاجة أيضاً إلى محيط دولي ملائم يساعدها على تنفيذ سياساتها وتحقيق تطلعات شعوبها. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، لقد تأثرت تونس كسائر دول العالم بالأزمات الراهنة، وكان هذا التأثير مضاعفاً حيث جاءت في وقت تفاقمت فيه التجاذبات السياسية على حساب الإدارة الحكومية وعلى حساب المواطن التونسي، وتردت الخدمات وتضاعفت المديونية، وكان لزاماً علينا كحكومة جديدة مواجهة تركة وتراكم عشرية من الزمن أدت إلى أزمة اقتصادية واجتماعية خانقة. وفي هذا السياق أثبتت الإدارة الحكومية التونسية على قدرتها على الصمود، وعملت على حشد الطاقات الوطنية باعتماد مقاربة تشاركية شمولية بهدف رسم الإصلاحات والبرامج اللازمة للخروج من الأزمة واستعادة الحركية الاقتصادية واسترجاع التوازنات المالية وتحقيق الاستقرار الاقتصادي والمالي بما يدعم الثقة في الداخل والخارج ويستجيب لمختلف التحديات القائمة. وقد أقرت الإدارة الحكومية التونسية جملة من البرامج التصحيحية على أساس التوفيق بين ما هو عاجل وضروري لتعزيز النمو والاستدامة بثقة المستثمرين والفاعلين الاقتصاديين من جهة، وما هو هيكلي وعميق لإرسال مقومات اقتصاد قوي ومرن وأكثر تنافسية من ناحية أخرى. ففي باب الإجراءات العاجلة سنت الحكومة حزمة من التدابير الضرورية التي تهدف إلى استعادة ثقة الفاعلين الاقتصاديين والمحافظة على النسيج المؤسساتي والنهوض بمناخ الأعمال وتحسين التموقع التنافسي لبلادنا. أما على المدى المتوسط والبعيد فقد أعدت الحكومة بمشاركة موسعة للخبرات الوطنية البرنامج الوطني للإصلاحات المتضمن لعدة محاور، منها تحرير المبادرة وتكريس قواعد المنافسة النزيهة ودعم صلابة القطاع المالي وتطوير أداء وكفاءة القطاع العمومي ودعم الإدماج الاجتماعي. كما صادقت الحكومة على مخطط التنمية الاقتصادي والاجتماعي للفترة 23-25 باعتباره الوثيقة المرجعية للسياسات والبرامج والمشاريع العمومية والإصلاحات ضمن رؤية تونس 2035 والمتمثلة في منوال تنموي جديد يرتكز على التجديد والإدماج والاستدامة، والقائمة على عدة ركائز، من بينها تثمين رأس المال البشري الذي يعتبر قوام التنمية المستدامة والشاملة، الاقتصاد المعرفة محرك للابتكار والتجديد، اقتصاد تنافسي ومتنوع داعم المبادرة الخاصة، دعم الاقتصاد الأخضر لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة، تنمية جهوية عادلة وتهيئة ترابية دامجة، والعدالة الاجتماعية كأساس التماسك الاجتماعي. كما صادقت الإدارة الحكومية التونسية على استراتيجيات مجمل القطاعات على غرار الاستراتيجيات في أفق 2035 للصناعة والتجديد وتحسين مناخ الأعمال والانتقال الإيكولوجي، وكذلك استراتيجية التنمية ذات الانبعاثات الضعيفة وصامدة لتغيير المناخ في أفق 2050، فضلاً عن إبرام مواثيق التنافسية القطاعية في قطاعات النسيج والصناعات الصيدلية ومكونات السيارات، والنظر في اعتماد مواثيق جديدة في قطاعات أخرى. وترمي كل هذه الاستراتيجيات إلى تكريس السيادة الوطنية وتحقيق الأمن الغذائي والطاقي والمائي. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، في إطار السياسة الطاقية للحكومة قمنا بتسريع نسق طلبات العروض لمشاريع إنتاج الكهرباء من الطاقات المتجددة في مجال الطاقة الشمسية وطاقة الرياح في إطار نظام اللزمات والشراكة بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص. كما قمنا بترفيع نسبة إنتاج الكهرباء المأمولة في أفق 2030 من 30% إلى 35%، إضافة إلى انتهاج خيار التحكم في الطاقة والنجاعة الطاقية والتنوع الطاقي على غرار الهيدروجين الأخضر. وفي إطار التعاون مع شركائنا الأوروبيين، نحن على وشك إطلاق مشروع الماد الذي يربط تونس وجنوب إيطاليا بخط كهربائي ذوي ضغط عال من الطاقة المتجددة، ولمرافقة مشاريع الانتقال الطاقي ولدعمها بالكفاءات العالية في أحدث التقنيات. شرعنا في إحداث مركز الامتياز الإفريقي في الطاقات المتجددة في مجال التكوين والبحث العلمي، والذي سيمكن من تأهيل الكفاءات على المستوى الوطني والإفريقي. كما نعمل على بعث مشاريع استراتيجية كبرى مندمجة، من أهمها مشروع النقل الهيدروليكي للفوسفات الذي انطلقنا في دراساته الأولية، وهو مشروع مندمج ومتكامل يتنزل في إطار شراكة بين القطاعين العام والخاص، متكون من محطة لتحليل مياه البحر ومحطة لإنتاج الكهرباء في الطاقة الشمسية ومنشآت للتخزين ووحدة نموذجية لإنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر بهدف تطوير الأمونيا الخضراء. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن أهم الثوابت التي تقوم عليها تونس هي المراهنة على رأس المال البشري الذي سيواكب تنفيذ الإصلاحات وسيرفع التحديات المستقبلية. فمن فكت الكفاءات التونسية وطنياً ودولياً تفرض نفسها وتترك بصمتها في عديد المجالات، ولا سيما في مجال المؤسسات الناشئة، على غرار الشركة الناشئة إنستاديب التونسية التي تنشط في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي بتطبيقات في الصحة والبيوتكنولوجيا، والتي وقع دمجها في شركة بيونتك، والتي أسسها تونسيين شابين زهرة وكريم، وكذلك المؤسسة الناشئة كوموليس التي تحول رطوبة الهواء على ماء صالح للشراب. غير أن هذا لا يحجب عنا أن هجرة الأدمغة وأيضاً هجرة شبابنا أصبحت اليوم تشكل لدينا هاجساً كبيراً، وهو ما يستدعي منا وضع السياسات والبرامج التي تشجع كفاءاتنا على البقاء في تونس والعودة إليها. أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن تاريخ تونس العريق وحضارتها الممتدة لآلاف السنين وموقعها الاستراتيجي بالغ الأهمية جعلها عبر العصور بوابة إفريقيا ومعبراً إلى أوروبا، وجسراً يربط الشمال بالجنوب والشرق بالغرب، ومنبراً علمياً، كما جعلها وجهة للاستثمار والمستثمرين. وبالرغم من دقة المرحلة التي نعيشها، فقد احتضنت تونس قمتين دوليتين هامتين، وهما قمة طوكيو الدولية حول التنمية بالإفريقيا تيكاد 8، والقمة 18 للفرنكوفونية المنعقدة في شهرين 8 و11 لسنة 2022. وأسفرت القمتان عن نتائج هامة وبرامج تعاون أكدت بشهادة جميع المشاركين أن النجاح هو قدر التونسيات والتونسيين، ولن نرضى لغير ذلك بديلاً، وأننا سنحقق التعافي المستدام حتى تكون تونس كما يريد لها شعبها أن تكون، أرضاً للحرية والديمقراطية والإبداع والابتكار ونمو الدائم والمستدام. وفي الختام اسمحوا لي أن أجدد شكري على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة وحسن تنظيم هذه القمة، التي أعتقد جازمة أن نتائج أعمالها ستساهم في مزيد توضيح الرؤى وانسجامها، وستساعد على تطوير آليات كفيلة بتحقيق مستقبل أفضل لأجيال القادمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معالي نجلاء بودن رمضان على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
We live in a world of plenty, yet so many don't have enough. Our world is constantly evolving. New opportunities come with countless decisions. But how can we champion positive change and mitigate risks and use our collective strength to empower and leave no one behind? The truth is, our every action shapes the lives of many. Accelerating development and governance is laying the groundwork for the future of societies and healthcare. Exploring new frontiers pushes the boundaries of knowledge and increases our resilience and connectivity. Reinventing the world that surrounds us is putting the focus back on the very thing that made us excel. Join us as we explore new ways in shaping the future. World Government Summit, shaping future governments.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled Sustainability, Drivers and Barriers for Government. This session is moderated by Dan Murphy from CNBC. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dan Murphy. I'm from CNBC. It's great to have you all with us this afternoon and to share some of your time with us. We appreciate it, and welcome into our next panel conversation. So this session is on sustainability, the drivers and barriers for governments. It is a critical topic as COP28 comes into the UAE later on this year, and as the energy crisis continues to impact markets and drives technological adaptation around our region. Governments around the region are also coming under some pretty intense scrutiny, some intense pressure to diversify and to transition to lower carbon economies while also protecting economic growth. So we have a lot to talk about today. And I am thrilled to be joined by a really esteemed panel as well. They are brilliant, they are diverse, but there is a common thread here because each of the gentlemen who we have on stage are leaders in their industries. They are decision makers who have each had a major impact on the direction and strategy of their organizations. So we'll jump straight into the conversation, and thank you again for being with us. So Christian, I'd like to begin with you first as we look at this intersection between technology, energy resilience, and energy security. What is the common thread as the leader of a large organization in the energy technology space?
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for having me. First of all, I think you cannot untangle this. We always have to be aware. At the end, it's about investing into infrastructure and doing this with projects which take time. And at the end, it's obviously thinking early enough about how do I build a sustainable, secure, reliable infrastructure which is able to withstand headwinds, which I do not expect today. So I think you cannot really untangle these different elements, and this is why it's so important that obviously we bring these different things together and say, how are we best doing it? And technology, I would always like to underline, technology is in a lot of areas available, right? Let's take technology not as a point to hold us up to implement. There's more technology needed, that's not the question, but we have lots of technology available to deploy. And this is now the long-term alignment, what we need to really get going now, because it really needs to get started in terms of driving a more secure and sustainable energy system.
Alan, would you like to weigh in on this as well? What do you see as the role of technology in shaping energy security and resilience today?
Yeah, well, I agree 100%. And I think that what we see here, though, is the situation we're facing is bigger than any we've ever faced on a global basis, and we are behind. And so the fact that we have to think both short-term and long-term for sure, but we've got to get going. The good news about that is that, in my opinion, it's going to change the way that we deploy the new technologies that will allow us to have sustainable, power, energy, and also, have reliability. And the new technologies are the driver of that. The important part of that is that in the past, new technologies like wind and solar were basically deployed through wealthy governments, providing incentives to have the cost curves come down. And once it got to be competitive in price, it could be deployed in other countries and by corporations. Now it's going to be different, in my opinion. Everybody realizes we have to move faster. And so we can all move at once. That new technologies, if you get the regulation and deployment in the wealthy parts of the world, then they can jump to the emerging markets, and corporations are going to really lean in and invest very heavily in the deployment of these because they know we need to have them for the future. And so I think this time around, if we bring business and governments and regulators and NGOs together, we can move a lot more aggressively than we have in the past.
Jeff, you have an interesting take on this as well as a builder of future cities.
Yeah, I think, first off, it's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate it. I think if I have a position on this panel, it's probably a little bit more about the demand side of the equation. Working a lot with citizens, with people in cities and neighborhoods that need to adopt some of this technology ultimately. And I think that we need to do a better job, all of us, about more clearly articulating the promise of this green transition. So yes, it's about carbon and smart power grids and charging stations, but we need to clearly articulate more about the healthy living, the happier and more connected citizens, and be sure that we're joining those things up really, really authentically. So part of it is a little bit of a mind shift about not only our narrative, but our ambitions and how, really smart people leading businesses are thinking about how those ambitions for everyday quality of life can come to the fore. And the other thing, we can also look at planning a bit from previous examples of how public and private entities come together. So some of you might know about transit-oriented development. It's been around for decades. It's a really smart way to get public sector investment in things like rail and transit stations together with real estate investment, right? So typically regulation allows developers to build taller, more dense around transit lines, and the investment in that real estate then helps pay for the infrastructure. And I think it would be interesting, be curious what you all think also about maybe developing energy-oriented development, right? Can we be smarter about urban planning and architecture where our green energy is going to be produced? Can we think more about how maybe subsidies between the investment in the actual land? First off, we can think a little bit wiser about where are we going to put things like wind, solar, nuclear production facilities. Can we think wiser about that potential revenue helping to subsidize healthier cities and giving access to essentially higher quality of life for people? So there's maybe some well-tested models like transit-oriented development that we can learn from and change and tweak and think about something like energy-oriented development or something along those lines could be a nice way to very tangibly connect public and private with citizens' interests in mind.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And for the capital allocators who are on the panel, the other interesting question as well is how are we going to pay for it and how much is it going to cost, which is a pretty critical challenge when it comes to addressing these issues. But here I also wanted to hear from you. You have a unique perspective on this as not just the former Chief Investment Officer of the Japanese Government Pension Board, but also as a board member of Tesla. So give me your take on this. How do you see this intersection between energy security and energy resilience, and what trends are you seeing in mobility in particular, given your role at Tesla, which is arguably one of the most important companies in the world in this space today?
Thank you. It's good to be here. Well, you gave me a very big question, but let me put my perspective as the sort of professional managing a big capital. I think one of the big agenda for the investor for the last 10 years is how to put the money behind the necessary change or necessary innovation. So all the energy transition and etc., we know it's necessary, and that each government has their plan to how to introduce it. But we always have an issue that whether the private capital is following or even accelerating that shift. And then that has not been really available or like not in place yet. And then the most common kind of excuse for no investment from the investor community is there's no data, there's no transparency of the project. So on one hand, the UN has been pushing. I was a former special envoy on the UN to promote sustainable investment, where we push very hard for the global disclosure, financial disclosure standard makers to come up with the sustainability disclosure standard to basically take out the excuses and also give the financial professional as the kind of like a basis for them to make a judgment. That's one thing which is that we need to push it, but with only that kind of like the approach, very conventional approach, collecting data and then to put the money behind it. It's not going to be quick enough and not significant enough to promote this urgent shift of the sustainable energy. So that's one thing we still need to work out. And from the perspective like a Tesla, you're going to hear directly from the horse's mouth. I think that Elon is going to be speaking over the net, over the internet connection to you on Wednesday. But we are the company who has a mission to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. And we have been believing one of the important approaches is replace the internal combustion engine with the electric vehicle. And then that's gradually happening, and we are, inviting all the other competitors to build more EVs. But one thing I just want to throw into this discussion is, each time, maybe just the Siemens project as well. But on one hand, the government is trying to push private sector to build more sustainable infrastructure. But we cannot afford to spend like 2 years to get approval from each government. So that's happening in the electric vehicle regulation too. So I think that we really need to have the government to really work at a much faster pace to incorporate the new technologies. And then the last thing I just want to put is, without the government intervention of strong leadership, not only consumer, but also the investor tend to make a decision based on today's market price or today's available information. So any the government intervention or clear indication where the whole industry or whole society is going will let the consumer make decision on the long-term based trade-offs. So not making a decision on today's oil price over, against today's electricity bill. Mm-hmm. So I think that's kind of things that the government should be doing better.
As we prepare to hear from Elon later on in the week, I just wanted to get your take on what's happening over at Tesla. Obviously a business that's faced significant challenges in its scale up, particularly when it comes to production, intensifying competition, not to mention other issues like regulation, for example, in the markets that you sell into and operate in. Critics would also say that Elon, in a way, is also facing an additional pressure because he's stretched. People say that he's distracted. How do you react to that? How do you respond to that? And how is he doing?
It's really a question whether he's a human or alien, but he seems to have an incredible bandwidth of his work, so I just don't want to comment. I mean, you can ask him directly. But one of the things I just wanted to mention is like Tesla has been pushing the regulator very hard, and then we got a lot of pushback. And some of our approach has not been very conventional, so we create a lot of debate and controversy. But I think it's also reflect that the urge we are feeling. You know, so we don't care about the competition really, because we are basically competing against the internal combustion engines. So we just need to, we have like another 80+% of the global car sales are still not EV. So we are kind of competing against them. So we welcome all the competitors to come in to introduce better cars. And I disagree whenever Elon says, I don't mind the Tesla getting, getting into bankruptcy if somebody else come up with a better car, which I disagree. But I think that's the kind of like, his philosophy and Tesla's philosophy. We really wanted to shift the whole system or the transportation to sustainable, the energy system.
So as a board, you don't think he's too stretched?
I'm not going to comment on that.
It was worth a try. I did my best. Let's focus the conversation back over to this relationship between public and private when it comes to funding the energy transition, building energy security and resilience. Christian, what's your view on how governments are working now with the private sector? What more would you like to see from governments in order to enable your business, and where are the gaps?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to pick up a couple of points, because Tesla is an interesting example because it disrupted an industry and all the established players weren't able to do that. However, I think if you now transfer that to energy, we will see one fundamental difference. The product life cycles or the project life cycles in energy are extremely long, right? If we sell an offshore wind park today, it's going to be built in 27 or 28. If we build a high voltage power, or if it's supposed to build a high voltage power line which then transport the electricity, it takes us 7 to 10 years. So what you don't have in this industry is this kind of fail fast and disrupt the industry, because until your revenues come, it takes you 7 to 10 years. Who's going to take that bet really to drive the industry forward? So it will be very difficult to find this Tesla example to speed up the industry, and we need speed up. And this is why I think you need this public-private partnership in a different way, which is really saying, yes, we want to do it. Yes, we want to rebuild an infrastructure. And we know it's an enormous investment program, the biggest since industrialization. And that is something which comes probably with challenging fundamental beliefs which we all had. Private money is available. That's not the problem, right? Enormous amount of money is available, but making a plannable business model around it and also the paybacks early enough will be the challenge, because a lot of the infrastructure what we're going to build only going to be operational 6, 7, 8 or 10 years down the road. So how do we crack this nut? And probably there we need some more push from governments. And the other thing is, I think you indicated also, we need a bureaucracy reduction act everywhere, in every country, tremendously, because if it takes 3 years to get a project approved or 5 years to get a project approved, it will not work. It will take too long and money will not flow.
Alan, can you speak to that as well? And also, where do you see the money flowing? What are some of the investment trends that you're watching right now?
Well, we happen to agree on everything. And so I think we need to create a more, if not totally global, we need to create more of a global public-private partnership, because for a variety of reasons. If there's going to be an investment on the scale of what's being talked about, for a company like Siemens to say, okay, let us invest over a 7 to 10 year horizon, if governments would get together and put in regulations that said, if you meet these standards, it can be deployed in our countries, in our regions, then you don't have to go through each country and find out if there's going to be a scalable market if you go and invest in it. And that's super important. The other side of the equation is there's actually so much more capital that wants to come into this market in a variety of ways, not only to produce the new things, but to provide the capital to the places that need it through credits. And the issue is there's billions of dollars on the sideline that wants to invest in carbon credits. The problem is there's no accepted market as to what a carbon credit really is. So if we could create a global standard of these are what carbon credits are, you would find there would be billions of dollars, and that money could go to whatever municipalities or whatever regions want to, provide investments. So it can go into, look, our friends at the World Bank just put out a report that I've been working with them on about the underinvestment in the emerging markets. Mm-hmm. So there needs to be more investment. If you can get credits for doing things the right way, those credits could get this deployed a lot faster. And companies want to do it because they want to see it come down the cost curve, because they know they're going to have to be there 5 years and 10 years from now. So putting these things together, and then on the investment side, their investors want to invest behind these ESG things, but then if they see a business model that is sustainable. And one last thing I'll say. We know we need to invest in all of the new clean, the nuclear, the hydrogen, all these things we need to invest in. But let's be clear, we're talking about sustainability, but also reliability, right? We need to have energy, and with the demand for power and energy, we have to make it clear that we have to increase our production of fossil fuels and natural gas on a very significant basis. And the part of that, one, we have to do it for security, and two, there are a number of technologies available today, like direct air capture and others, that can decarbonize the fuels that we go find if we want to burn them, so that we can, create both sustainability but also stability. And if we can just get together and do it, it will also create a lot of jobs and some growth that we need in the global economy.
Alan, just to follow up on that, I'm curious, as someone of your experience who has really built a career and a lifetime on Wall Street, do you think that ESG investing in particular has become too politicized?
Well, I'm going to try and think about a subject that hasn't become too politicized. And so it clearly has, but a lot of it is because it is not, it's the way it's said. ESG investing is not about we're going to invest in these things because we think it's the nice thing to do. The clear point of it is we want to invest in ESG because we know that long term, if we cannot have these things delivered by these companies, consumers aren't going to want to buy their products and everything else, and they'll be taxed in all these reasons. So ESG investment is really about investing. Larry Fink said it the other time. He said he thinks the next 100 unicorns are going to be basically, companies that go to $1 billion are going to be companies that are bringing the new technologies to fight climate. So ESG is just part of this. It is the right thing to do, but it's also the profitable thing to do.
Jeff, I want your take on how this will ultimately impact the human experience at the end of the day, because this is something that you specialize in. And when you look at your own design philosophy, I know you were mentioning before that one of the things that guides you and drives you is making public life an intentional driver for design, policy, and governance. So that is putting humans at the forefront. Why is that important?
Yeah, I think it's, it is really important to just think a little bit about the human animal in all this and bring some reality here, right? So in general, nice. I'd like to say very, very lovingly that humans are generally very busy and pretty lazy, or energy efficient, whatever you want to call it besides lazy, right? And I think there's a real truth in what you were saying there, Alan, at the end, just about I think those that are fighting for sustainability, interested in climate, there's been a discussion about basically trying to fight against human nature, telling all these folks consume less, do less, and which is really, it's one thing in wealthy countries, but it's even more unfair in unwealthy countries, right? To say low-income folks, hey, no, you don't get more energy because it's dirty, or you don't get more opportunity because it uses more carbon. And I think we have to really change the dialogue. And how I interpreted what you were saying is that we have to be honest. We're going to use more energy. We're going to have more people on the planet using more stuff, and that's good. Then if we're honest, then we're making sure that people are using more green energy or more clean energy and have better access to this opportunity. But there's a counter argument that I see in a lot of sort of my creative circles, maybe outside of finance, that are just constantly talking about conserve, 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 and I just don't think it's fair, and it's not doing justice to the real human experience, which is going to want more things. So I'm interested in a shift that maybe we can agree across public and private towards abundance rather than scarcity, but then using technology and using the right sort of language and ambition around human experience to get us there.
Hiro, you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. And can I just touch upon the ESG being politicized?
Please.
I have been advocating ESG for the last 7 years, and then the one way I think people should look at ESG or sustainable investment is, if you look at all the different agenda in ESG, or you can use SDGs alternatively too, if you agree any of those, the agenda, we fail to deliver, what kind of risk we are going to face. So ESG is the kind of like a collective approach of the investment community to minimize the risk which goes beyond the typical investment horizon. Otherwise, this is what the Mark Carney called the tragedy of a horizon. Every investor analyze their risk return over the next 3 years, maybe 2 months, 3 months, 3 years, 5 years, and they continue to roll until they reach the cliff. So I think the ESG, that we should look at that as a way for our society and our economy to avoid the risk, which we know it's waiting for us in the future, and to integrate that into today's investment decision.
So we're rapidly running out of time. I'll give our panel some time to have some final thoughts now as well. And Christian, I'll start with you. Just some parting words on World Government Summit, but also the key success factors for a sustainable transition. What will it mean for the business? What's your immediate focus from this point on?
No, these type of summits and these type of discussions, always we have to be aware we are privileged, and we are privileged to be part of these summits, part of these panels, and we are the ones who have to drive it. There's options to take, right? We can influence things. We can do a lot of stuff, but we have to do it. And this would always be my pledge in these rounds. There's nobody else, right? I mean, if we don't get it together, if we don't drive, either coming from the government or coming from the corporate side, then nobody else is there. We are the most privileged people on the planet who can drive it forward, so we better get started.
Alan.
Well, actually, a point I'd like to make on top of all these things is I think it's incredibly great that we're having this conference in the UAE, because I think the UAE has been a leader in a lot of things on technology for the region, and on this subject here, a community that has all this fossil fuel and is looking to the future is taking a leadership position in how we're going to create this transition, because I think they really understand it. And I think it's been great. And I will make one prediction. I honestly believe that when you look at where are there young populations, where is there arable land, where is there places you can put a lot of this new investment, I honestly believe that the UAE is going to turn out to be the hub of where a lot of the things we're talking about happens. And I just want to really thank them for hosting this summit, because I think it's very important.
Quickly building on that, not only the UAE part, which I wanted to also really gush about, but since you got the applause, I don't want to leave it at that. But I do believe that not only in the UAE, but a lot of places where populations are young, I just want to emphasize, I've got a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old. This generation alpha, we have to be thinking much, much more about their needs, and they're already pretty far ahead of the curve here, but if we can really have them in the forefront, that's going to be important.
Hiro, finally.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I grew up in finance, and I'm a genuine believer of free market and a market efficiency. But the problem with the market, the perception of market being right is it's right in the end. And the problem with the problem we are facing right now, we have no time to waste. So we need to make sure that the market wouldn't waste their time trying to figure out what's the right direction. That's where we expect the government to intervene. And then we really need the efficient government, because the bureaucracy itself, we cannot afford it. So I think the leadership that's shown by the UAE by gathering these people, and you are showing a lot of the government level leadership and efficiency will, they put as the sort of like a role model, because we really need efficient government and policy on the top of policy making.
Well, gentlemen, I really enjoyed our conversation. Thank you again for sharing your time with us. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon as well, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the World Government Summit. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Building a Brain for Any Age with Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Chief Medical Correspondent from CNN.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be here. Thank you very much to everyone here at the Government Summit. I've been looking forward to this in part because I felt that a discussion about the future of health should also include a discussion about the future health of our brains. We talk a lot about the health of our bodies, but not as much about our brains. And I think for a lot of people, there's this belief that the brain is something that's not capable of really being optimized or maintained. I've been a neurosurgeon for some 25 years now, and I think a lot of people think about the brain sort of as a black box. You measure a black box by its inputs and its outputs, but you don't really get to see the inner workings of the brain. And I think that's why people have thought for a long time that it's immutable. It's incapable of being changed in some way. The brain is static and it's fixed. And one of the things I really wanted to convey to all of you today is that that's not the case. Perhaps more than any other organ in the body, the brain can not only stay healthy throughout your entire life, but also continue to improve. And I know that that sounds audacious to a lot of people, but I've worked with scientists all over the world. I've traveled to places where people are cognitively strong into their 90s, even over 100 years old, and I've seen this in the operating room as well. I think part of the problem is for a lot of people, the way that we think about aging overall has been a big challenge. We have this preordained notion of it. In the United States, we spend $4 trillion a year on healthcare, and aging is still a really frightening process for people. No one desires growing old, and I don't think it's just because it's a reminder of our mortality, but I think in part it's because we envision that we're going to get slower, that we're going to be more predisposed to injuries, that we're going to end up in hospitals and long-term care facilities. Now, to be fair, we all age. That is true. There's no question about it. Even as you're sitting here listening to me, you age a little bit. The lens, for example, in the front of your eyes, those lenses are the most durable, remarkable lenses probably ever designed on the planet. But you get into your 4th decade of life and that lens starts to lose its elasticity, and you find yourself pushing the paper further and further away to read, for example. The amount of light that gets through your lens, if you're close to 60 years old, is about 1/3 of what it was when you were 20 years old. It becomes harder to see in the dark. If you're closer to 50, about half your hair has probably turned gray. You simply run out of the pigment that gives your hair its color. And if you were to reach in and feel your aorta, which is the large blood vessel that carries blood away from the heart, it should feel soft and elastic. But as you age, it starts to get crunchier and more brittle, which is why by the time we retire, most of us have some degree of hypertension. Deep within your skin cells, skin's the largest organ in the body, and there's these waste mechanisms that are always being cleared, unless you're aging, in which case those waste mechanisms start to fail a bit. And you don't feel any different, but people, your friends and your family may notice that you have a little bit of loss of vibrancy in your skin. And eventually those waste products start to accumulate as age spots. Now, if you consider all that and you ask the average person how long they want to live, they will probably give you some version of the answer that it depends. What kind of shape am I going to be in? Are the people that I love still going to be around? So maybe a better question that was recently asked is, when does old age begin? And it's really interesting when they look at these surveys. The answer there as well seems to be, it depends on how old the person is that is being asked the question. If you are over the age of 65, people think old age begins around 75. People over the age of 75 probably say even older. People under 30 think old age begins around age 60. I happen to have 3 teenage daughters, 17, 15, and 13, and I asked them when I was preparing for this talk, when do they think old age begins? And they said, how old are you? I said 53, and they said, yeah, that sounds about right. 68 on average was when people said old age really began. But the reason I bring this up, because in all seriousness, when we think about aging, I think it's really important to understand that it's not preordained that your brain is going to age like the rest of your body. It's not at all guaranteed that you're going to lose your edge, that you're going to lose your ability to think clearly, your cognition overall, or your memory. That is considered outdated thinking. And I just think this is really remarkable because over the last quarter century, we learned something that was pretty revelatory in the world of neuroscience. We learned that you could continue to grow new brain cells at any age. The conventional wisdom, even what I learned when I was studying neuroscience a quarter century ago, was you got a certain number of neurons, and that was basically what you got. You drained the cache over the years of your life. But that's not the case. We believe that in part because the only time we really inspected the black box was when there was a problem, when there was a tumor or trauma. We did not get to see the brain in sort of its healthy state. We did not get to understand how the brain behaved most of the time. As our imaging grew more sophisticated, we started to see what the healthy brain really does look like, and it's stunning. Inside your skulls right now, your brain is pulsing. It's robust, it's changing, and it's growing. And there's now a way that we realize and appreciate that within our skulls is an entire universe. There are more neurons in your brain than there are stars in the sky. And on top of that, we realize the brain can reliably grow sharper, develop more connections between those neurons, function more efficiently as it gets older, not despite it getting older. It has had longer to learn. It is the ultimate example of machine learning, which is part of the reason I've dedicated my life to it. People often ask, like, how do you define a healthy brain? We know how to define the health of lots of organs, you know, the heart, the liver, your kidneys. You can measure things, blood pressure and cholesterol levels, liver function tests, creatinine levels. But what is a healthy brain? What does that really mean? From a neuroscience perspective, it's really interesting to think about the fact that a healthy brain may be most clearly defined by one that has a robust and healthy population of new cells, of new brain cells, and that they are constantly exchanging, constantly being created at any age. So if we know this process called neurogenesis, the idea of growing new brain cells, what does it mean? Well, it has a lot of implications for what are some of the largest and most concerning neurodegenerative diseases that are coming in the world, such as Alzheimer's. But it also raises this question, if that is possible, then how do I do it? How do I create these new brain cells? And I thought I'd spend just a few minutes here giving you a few pearls of wisdom that I gleaned. I spent a lot of time talking to scientists who worked on this research, and I asked them, how do they fundamentally live their lives now differently because of what they've learned? And the way that I sort of broke this down is into the big buckets of how we live our lives, through movement, through nourishment, through rest, through connection, and through discovery. Now, I'll preface by saying, as a general rule, what is good for the heart is good for the brain. That is true. We've had a lot of knowledge over the last several decades about how to improve and maintain our heart health. And there's a lot of things that are crossing over. But there are some important differences as well. And that's what I want to focus on. So let's start with movement. More than anything else, I think movement is the most reliable way to grow new brain cells. The more you move, the more you are sending signals essentially to your entire body that you want to be here, that you want to be healthy. But most remarkably, you're sending a signal for the brain to create a substance known as BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. You don't need to remember that, but think of that as sort of the miracle grow for the brain, as one scientist put it to me. It's this substance that is actually promoting that neurogenesis, telling new brain cells to grow. You cannot ingest it, you cannot eat it, it can only be made by your own body. Now, movement, no surprise, is good for you. Everyone already knows that. But here's one of the big differences, I think, between the brain and the heart. When it comes to the type of movement that is good for the brain, it's probably more moderate movement, brisk movement, not intense. When you're doing that, you're producing a lot of this brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Intense exercise can be good for you, certainly good for your heart health. But the problem is when you're intensely moving, intensely exercising, for example, you're also making a lot of cortisol, which is a stress hormone. And that can actually inhibit the brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So intense activity may be good for the heart, but if it's the brain health you're looking for, moderate activity is going to be better. I'll focus on a distinction when it comes to nourishment as well. Again, we have a pretty good sense of what comprises a healthy diet, and one of the things that we focus a lot on is sugar. We know that we eat too much sugar. Human beings used to get sugar a couple of times a year, predominantly when fruit fell from the trees. Even honey was protected by the bees. But now, on average, we eat about 100 pounds of sugar a year, and we know that's too much. But what happens is when you're getting a lot of calories through something like sugar, your body's response is to assume that maybe I'll never eat again, or I'm not going to eat for a long time. So it takes all that high-dense energy and basically stores it as fat. But that's not what the brain does, as it turns out. And this was something that was learned about 10 years ago. The brain is very sensitive to glucose. So as your blood glucose starts to really rise, the receptors in the brain, instead of absorbing all that energy, they turn off. They simply stop absorbing any energy. So at the same time you're eating a really, really calorie-dense meal full of a lot of sugar, you could be overstuffing your body and starving your brain at the same time. It's a difference between the brain and the rest of the body. Hydration, critically important for all functions. Hydration is one of the substrates that is necessary for BDNF, but one needs to keep in mind that the brain itself is 85% water. What that means is just 1% dehydration can lead to a 5% decrease in cognitive function. 1%. I mean, I think this is one of the most under-recognized things that we talk about with regard to cognition overall. A 2% decrease in hydration can result in acute short-term memory loss, objective problems with mathematical computations, and an inability to store long-term memories. Just 2%. So sugar and water, so critical when it comes to brain health for those reasons. Sleep or rest, again, we know is important, but for the brain, sleep is not a period of inactivity. In fact, it's one of the most metabolically active times for the brain. And we know that your brain is constantly creating waste products, and those waste products are constantly being cleared, but it is during sleep when that waste clearance is most efficient. So sleep is really important for clearing away some of the substrates that may be the precursors to things like amyloid plaque, which is associated with Alzheimer's disease. We also know that sleep is when you actually take your short-term memories and you actually put them into a long-term memory store. I often tell my friends, if you have these wonderful experiences in life, you need to sleep in order for them to actually become a part of your life story. Social connection, really important. Again, something that we've known for some time, but we're starting to get data and understand why some of these things are important. When you're having deep social connections with people, you tend to make more of a substance known as oxytocin, which is something that can also amplify the impact of brain-derived neurotrophic factor. One of the things I think is so important is just thinking about how we use our brains overall. People often ask me, do we in fact use our entire brains? And the answer is yes, we do use our entire brains. But we probably use about 10% of our brain 90% of the time. It's kind of like living in a single city your whole life. You get to know that city really well. You can drive those roads probably with your eyes closed, but you haven't really traveled outside your city. You really haven't traveled the world very much. Think of your brain sort of the same way. The brain's all there. Maybe you've seen these other places on the planet of your brain, but you haven't really spent time there. That is really the art of discovery when it comes to brain health. If you start to do things that are different in some way, you can imagine yourself actually visiting these different parts of your brain, doing brand new things, or doing familiar things in a brand new way. A lot of times people will do things like crossword puzzles and brain training exercises, and those can be really good, but it's kind of like getting even better at understanding the city in which you already live. You can already drive those roads with your eyes closed. If you want to actually build new brain cells, build more cognitive reserve and resilience, you need to travel within your brain. For me, when I started learning some of this stuff, I started doing things like painting. I'm a terrible artist, but doing something that was totally different. And in this case, I'm right-handed. I started using my left hand. So a brand new hobby with my non-dominant hand is a sort of type of discovery that can help build that cognitive reserve. You could try brushing your teeth tonight with your non-dominant hand. Eat dinner tonight with your non-dominant hand. It's amazing what that does to your brain, how quickly you can build that cognitive reserve. But also, more practically speaking, if you were to have some sort of problem, a trauma or a neurodegenerative problem, the idea now that you have all this existing cognitive reserve can really improve your chance of recovery. Also, it's this idea that if you have a lot of cognitive reserve, you're not redlining all the time. You're not barely keeping up. You're not crushed by life's daily events, but instead, you're sort of strengthened by it. You're able to use those events and actually strengthen the brain, creating more of that neurogenesis. None of what I described is hard, but it shouldn't necessarily be easy either. When we talk about the brain, we're talking about the most enigmatic 3.5 pounds of tissue anywhere in the known universe. It is this remarkable supercomputer that we have in our skulls with a parallel operating system known as consciousness. There's nothing else like it. But we are learning every day about how best to maintain it. And yes, you can. You can maintain it, you can optimize it, and we know now that it's a beautiful thing to believe that you can build a better brain at any age. I hope that inspires you. Thank you very much.
الحضور الكريم، كانت هذه آخر جلسة رئيسية لهذا اليوم. نشكركم على حضوركم القمة العالمية للحكومات 2023. سيتجدد لقاؤنا معكم غدا عند الساعة 9 صباحا.
Distinguished guests, this was the last plenary session for today. We thank you for your attendance and look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the second day of the World Government Summit 2023.
في موضوع بيئة عمل المستقبل الجيل الجديد لأنظمة الموارد البشرية. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
السلام عليكم.
السلام.
طبعا احنا سعيدين اليوم بتواجدنا في هذا المنتدى